When Parliament extended its stamp tax to the distant colonies across the Atlantic, it could scarcely imagine the storm it had stirred. A small act in London would send 10 years of tension cascading through the woodlands and towns of America, and summoned forth 7 years of war. It was but the first of many misjudgments that built the road to revolution. What began as a minor policy became the spark for something no one foresaw. 13 colonies daring to claim independence, even when the words of rebellion were spoken, even when shots rang out, there was no certainty. It was far from inevitable. Peace might still have been made if pride had softened, if compromise had found a foothold. And on more than one occasion, the British crown might well have crushed the rebellion, but fate favored persistence. American endurance clashed with British arrogance, and from this long and weary contest, history pivoted. Yet this was never just a colonial quarrel. The American Revolution was a global affair. Across North America, indigenous nations watched, wary and calculating. Their choices were not of ideology, but of survival. Between a distant empire and their aggressive colonial neighbors, they weighed their loyalties. Some allied, others resisted, all hoping to endure. Beyond the continent, Britain's rivals stirred. The war was an opportunity, a chance to reclaim honor, to regain lost lands. France and Spain, old adversaries of the British crown, entered the conflict with vengeance in their hearts. From the Caribbean's sunlit sugar fields to the harbors of the Mediterranean, they struck. Even in faraway India, the revolution's tremors were felt. The British East India Company, already strained and overreaching, found itself entangled in yet another front it was not ready to hold. And so, the American Revolution did more than birth a nation. It prepared the soil for a wave of change. It trained revolutionaries who would one day march in the streets of Paris and beyond. If the French Revolution would be the Enlightenment's fevered dream, then America's was its bold awakening. Let us now drift gently back through time to explore how it began, the long, slow unraveling of empire. At the root of the colonial crisis was a simple, stubborn obstacle: distance. Communication between Britain and its American colonies was a slow dance with the sea. A letter from Boston or Virginia might take a month to cross the Atlantic if the weather favored, if the winds held steady, and if the navigators judged rightly. But storms and calms, delays and misdirections might stretch the voyage into months, and the return journey was worse still. The trade winds blew westward across the northern Atlantic. So ships returning to Britain had to fight against the sky itself, tacking laboriously into the wind, or else sailing southward toward the equator, circling through warmer waters to find winds that would carry them east. In moments of crisis, this lag was disastrous. Local governors and assemblies in America had to act without waiting for word from London. Months could pass before instructions arrived, and by then, circumstances had shifted. Faced with this reality, Britain adopted a policy that suited its purposes and its purse. It governed the colonies lightly, or not at all. Instead of central control, London issued charters, documents that allowed private companies and individuals to settle land, govern it, and claim the rights of Englishmen. In essence, the colonies were self-contained experiments, each run by its own assembly and local leaders. For decades, this worked. Aside from a failed attempt to centralize the New England colonies, the Crown stayed aloof. London neither had the money to appoint governors to every outpost, nor the appetite to intervene in distant affairs. The colonists, for their part, preferred it that way. They built their own legislatures, passed their own laws, and governed themselves in relative freedom. Even the Navigation Acts meant to enforce Britain's mercantilist interests were lightly enforced, if at all. Smuggling flourished. Colonial ports buzzed with goods from across the world. Many of them slipped past the eyes of British customs officers. This era became known as salutary neglect, a name that tells its story, a deliberate inattention that proved beneficial to all involved. It endured for 70 years. But this wasn't laziness. In truth, Britain had little reason to meddle. The 13 colonies, for all their size and promise, were not the empire's crown jewels. The fur trade of Canada, the fisheries of Newfoundland, and above all, the sugar plantations of the Caribbean, brought in far more wealth. The Caribbean colonies alone accounted for a full 4% of Britain's gross national product. So, while the colonies were left to their own devices, troops and treasure were directed elsewhere to defend the fur outposts of the north, to keep watch over French territories, to guard the sweet profits of the sugar isles. Rarely did the number of regular British soldiers in the 13 colonies exceed 4,000 during peacetime. Those who were their manned trading posts, garrisoned frontier forts, or kept watch in coastal cities like New York. In truth, colonial security was left to the colonists themselves. They defended their homes from French raids and indigenous alliances with little help from the mother country. But that long peace was about to end. In 1754, the French and Indian War erupted a conflict that would change everything. Tensions along the frontier, long simmering, finally boiled over. New France, supported by its tribal allies, pressed its claims into contested territories. In June of that year, 7 northern colonies sent representatives to Albany, their aim to coordinate a defense. Among them sat Benjamin Franklin, who would soon propose something bold, the Albany Plan of Union. It envisioned a common government to oversee matters of defense, trade, and diplomacy. The Iroquois Confederacy also sent delegates, for the colonists were eager to preserve their alliance. But the Iroquois remained cautious. They offered no pledge to fight the French, choosing neutrality instead. Though the Albany Plan passed among the colonial delegates, it was rejected both by the colonies themselves, who feared giving up independence, and by the Crown, which feared the colonies gaining too much. Still, the conference proved something vital, that cooperation among the colonies was possible. By 1760, the war's tide had turned. On September 8th, the last French stronghold in North America surrendered. New France had fallen. The colonists rejoiced, some already eyeing lands beyond the Appalachians, long denied to them by French and indigenous resistance. But London saw things differently. The war had been costly. The earlier conquest of French Acadia had sparked brutal guerrilla resistance, and the larger 7 Years' War had drained the treasury. Now, peace was needed fast. To that end, Britain sought to appease the defeated French settlers and avoid further conflict with native tribes. The fur trade, newly secured under British control, depended entirely on tribal cooperation. Without the French to play rival, diplomacy became more delicate. Britain could no longer bribe one tribe against another. Now it must deal fairly or risk ruin. Yet the man entrusted with this task, General Jeffrey Amherst, fumbled it terribly. He scorned the French Canadians and alienated the indigenous peoples. His arrogance sparked a powder keg. In April 1763, the Ottawa leader, Pontiac, launched a rebellion. Known as Pontiac's War, it swept across the frontier, targeting British forts and settlements. For London, this was a wake-up call. After more than 150 years of letting its colonies manage themselves, the empire would now take a firmer hand. The Proclamation of 1763 was Britain's first attempt to restore order. Drafted in haste and issued too late to stop the violence, it nonetheless laid new ground. The proclamation did three things. It created new colonial governments in conquered lands. It divided British North America into three zones: the established colonies, French-speaking Quebec, and a vast Indian territory. Settlers were forbidden to enter this third region. The rights of tribes to their lands were formally acknowledged. In truth, Britain had no intention of freezing settlement forever, but it wanted expansion on its own terms through negotiation and purchase, not haphazard intrusion. That truth could not be spoken aloud. To pacify Pontiac and others, Britain had to appear sincere. The reaction in the colonies was swift and bitter. Settlers who had already crossed the Alleghenies felt abandoned. Land speculators and frontier families alike saw the proclamation as a betrayal. At the same time, the war had created new costs. To defend this expanded empire, Britain needed troops and money. Parliament looked to the colonies to pay. The first attempt came in 1764 with the Sugar Act, technically a revision of earlier laws. New England rum distillers grumbled, but most colonists simply avoided the tax. But the next act would stir far more anger. In 1765, the Stamp Act was passed. It required that all legal paper contracts, newspapers, licenses be purchased from London and bear an official stamp. It was not the tax itself, but what it symbolized, that troubled the colonists. A line had been crossed. A parliament, an ocean away, was now reaching into their daily lives without their consent. The stage was now set. The long peace was over. Storm clouds gathered on both sides of the sea, and in the quiet towns and bustling ports of America, a fire began to kindle. Though it had long been a familiar burden in Britain, this was the first time a direct tax was imposed on the American colonies. It came not as a sudden storm, but as a slow-moving front announced in April of 1764, yet not enacted until nearly a year later, in March of 1765. And that delay, unwise in hindsight, proved disastrous for George Grenville's plan. For the colonies, given time, used it well. They braced, they organized, they prepared to resist. News of the Stamp Act's passage reached colonial shores in early May of 1764, and by the end of that same month, voices of dissent rang from Nova Scotia's wind-lashed shores all the way down to the warm harbors of Jamaica. English-speaking communities across the Atlantic made their resistance known. In the Caribbean, where Royal Navy warships loomed large and close, protests were more subdued, quiet refusals, hushed disobedience. Most ports declined to enforce the tax, but the torches and riots that would characterize the mainland's unrest did not take hold there. It was on the continent where flames began to flicker. Protests flared in the cities. Tax collectors were hung in effigy, their homes vandalized, and the Prime Minister himself became a figure burned in symbolic fury on colonial streets. None of this, however, compared to the roaring indignation that gripped Boston. At first, it was peaceful. The demonstrations, stirred to life by the still young sons of liberty, guided by the voices of James Otis and Samuel Adams, were lawful, vocal, and strong. But discontent is quick to swell. Tension cracked the surface, and soon the protests turned violent. Tax agents were assaulted, their homes stormed. Even the lieutenant governor himself was driven from his official residence by a furious crowd. And yet, while Boston burned with passion, it was in New York that the resistance took its most calculated form. Not only did New Yorkers refuse to quarter British soldiers, they also hit Britain where it hurt most, in the purse. Merchants organized a sweeping boycott of British goods. That resistance, deliberate and coordinated, became the primary focus of the Stamp Act Congress that assembled in October of that same year, right there in New York City. Out of this Congress came a Declaration of Rights and Grievances, a document not just of protest, but of philosophy. It expressed a truth the colonists held as self-evident. As Englishmen, they were entitled to all the liberties and privileges thereof. That included, crucially, the right not to be taxed by a body in which they had no voice. Parliament, across an ocean and elected without colonial ballots, had no right to levy such burdens upon them. Even beyond their rights as English subjects, the colonists invoked a more universal truth, that of natural law. As human beings, they were owed dignity, fairness, consent. These principles would become a rallying cry, distilled into a phrase that echoed through taverns and town halls. No taxation without representation. It was a damning argument. And more than that, it was largely true. Parliament had little answer for it. During the winter of 1764, as crisis loomed, Grenville offered a weak defense. He claimed virtual representation as the solution, that though the colonists did not vote, their interests were still considered, but both in Parliament and in the colonies. His logic was ridiculed. His credibility crumbled. News of the colonial protests reached Britain's shores with weight, and by July of 1765, Grenville's government had collapsed. The colonies celebrated the repeal of the Stamp Act. Bells rang, crowds gathered, but even in celebration, an unease stirred. For with the repeal came another act, one less discussed, but perhaps more ominous. The Declaratory Act, passed simultaneously, asserted that Parliament held in America the same authority it held in Britain. The message was clear. They were not done. The fight would return. Indeed, it did. Charles Townshend, with wounded pride and political ambition, stepped forward in 1767. That year saw the passage of 5 Townshend Acts. These sought not only to raise revenue, but to tighten British control over trade and punish New York for its earlier insubordination. The response was swift and familiar. Riots gripped Boston again. Boycotts spread like wildfire through the colonies. At the urging of the Massachusetts Assembly, petitions were drafted, solemn pleas sent to King George himself, asking him to intercede and protect the rights of his American subjects. The king, however, stood firmly behind Parliament. There would be no royal rescue. Among the boldest gestures was the so-called circular letter, written by James Otis and Samuel Adams. In February 1768, the Massachusetts Assembly circulated the letter to its sister colonies. It declared Parliament's actions unconstitutional, condemned taxation without representation, and called for unity among the colonies. It found fertile ground. In response, Britain struck back. Lord Hillsborough, the colonial secretary, ordered Massachusetts to withdraw the letter. When the Assembly refused, he dissolved it. Worse still, that September, 2,000 British troops were sent to Boston to restore order. Their boots echoed ominously in the narrow streets. For over a year, tensions simmered in Boston. The occupation, unwanted and heavy-handed, cast a long shadow over the city. It was only a matter of time before that pressure broke. It did, one winter night in March of 1770, outside the custom house. A lone British guard exchanged harsh words with a wigger-maker's apprentice. The altercation escalated, insults thrown like stones. The boy struck by the soldier's musket. As tempers flared, a crowd gathered. Soon the guard retreated up the custom house steps and called for help. Captain Thomas Preston arrived with 7 soldiers. He ordered the crowd, now several hundred strong, to disperse, but they would not. Snowballs flew. Rocks follow. A cudgel glinted in the hand of Richard Palms, an innkeeper who approached Preston and asked if the soldiers' muskets were loaded. Preston confirmed they were, but said they'd fire only on his command. Then came the chaos. A missile struck Private Hugh Montgomery, knocking him to the ground. Dazed, he rose, shouted, "Damn you, fire," and pulled the trigger. Palms swung his cudgel at Montgomery, then at Preston. Both were struck. A pause hung in the icy air. Then the remaining soldiers opened fire. 3 men died instantly. 2 more perished of their wounds. The night could have plunged into full riot, but Governor Hutchinson arrived in time to calm the storm. He promised an investigation. Eventually, 2 soldiers were found guilty of manslaughter, but in the court of public opinion, the damage was already done. News spread like a wind-driven blaze. Paul Revere's engraving, depicting the event as a brutal slaughter, emblazoned it with a name: the Boston Massacre. And in colonial hearts, resentment burned brighter than ever. By coincidence, perhaps fate, March 5th, the day of the massacre, was also the day that Lord North, the newly appointed Tory Prime Minister, repealed most of the Townshend Acts. They had failed to produce the desired revenue, but he left 2 crucial things untouched: the tax on tea and the British garrison in Boston. In doing so, he sent a message. Parliament would no longer retreat. The colonies responded in kind. The committees of correspondence born in the days of the Stamp Act sprang to life again. These networks of resistance now stretched from colony to colony, town to town. For a time, things quieted. The years 1771 and 1772 passed with relative calm. Perhaps the crisis would fade. But then, in May of 1773, came the Tea Act. Not a tax, at least not in name. Rather, it allowed the British East India Company to sell tea directly to the colonies, bypassing middlemen and undercutting prices. The tea would be cheaper, but it still bore the tax. The colonies saw through the ruse. To purchase the tea was to accept the tax. To accept the tax was to surrender the principal. Most colonial ports refused to unload the shipments. But in Boston, again, resistance reached its climax. On the evening of December 16, 1773, colonists disguised as Mohawk warriors boarded ships in Boston Harbor. They cracked open chests of tea and cast them into the icy waters below. The harbor churned with leaves and protest. This, the Boston Tea Party, was the last straw for Lord North. Determined to punish the rebels, Parliament passed 5 punitive measures in the spring of 1774. The first 4, called the coercive acts, or, as the colonists would come to know them, the intolerable acts, targeted Massachusetts directly. Boston's port was closed. The city placed under martial law. British officials were given the right to be tried in English courts, and soldiers were to be quartered more freely in colonial homes. To enforce these acts, General Thomas Gage was appointed governor of Massachusetts. He moved his headquarters to Boston that May, but Gage, though a loyal soldier, was no stranger to America. He had lived there since 1755, and he understood the depth of colonial frustration. He tried to walk a line between governor and occupier, but it was a line that would soon vanish beneath his feet. Then came the fifth act, seemingly unrelated but deeply wounding, the Quebec Act, passed alongside the others. It restored religious rights to Catholics in Quebec, reinstated French civil law, and expanded the province's territory southward to the Ohio River Valley territory, long coveted by American colonists. To many, it was betrayal made law. Even those loyal to Britain, moderates drifted toward the patriot cause. The Sons of Liberty swelled in number and conviction. On September 5, 1774, representatives from 12 of the 13 colonies Georgia abstaining gathered in Philadelphia. This first Continental Congress issued a new Declaration of Rights. They pledged to resist the intolerable acts with a sweeping boycott of British goods. They called upon the West Indies to join them, and they agreed to meet again the following year, should their grievances remain unheard. The boycott hurt Britain. Exports to America fell sharply, but Lord North, with the full backing of King George, refused to yield. Whether the boycott alone might have changed history will never be known, for events in Boston soon overtook everything. General Gage knew, even before he arrived, that his task was impossible. He commanded about 3,000 soldiers, far too many for a city of 16,000, yet far too few to control the countryside. Trapped within Boston's limits, he lacked both the authority and the resources to bend the colonies to Britain's will. He would not oppress, but could not appease. Instead, he chose a strategy of prevention. On September 1, 1774, he dispatched 260 soldiers to seize the largest stockpile of gunpowder in Massachusetts, housed just outside Boston. The Powder House raid succeeded quietly, no bloodshed, no resistance, but elsewhere the alarm had already been sounded, and the colonies were awakening. The smoke of battle drifted over Charlestown as the sun dipped low on the horizon. Though the redcoats held the field, the price they had paid for it was staggering. The dead and wounded lay thick upon the slopes of Breed's Hill, and though technically a victory for the British, the mood among their commanders was somber. General Clinton, shaken by the carnage, would later write with bitter clarity, "A dearly bought victory. Another such would have ruined us." Indeed, the British had taken the ground, but lost far more in the process. Their assumption of American cowardice had shattered on the slopes of that hill. A harsh truth now settled in their minds. This rebellion would not be so easily crushed. The colonists, ill-equipped and poorly organized, had still stood their ground until their powder ran dry. On the American side, what had been feared as a rout instead became a symbol of endurance. Though the redoubt was lost, the spirit of resistance only grew stronger. General Putnam, trying in vain to coordinate reinforcements and supplies from Bunker Hill to the embattled redoubt, saw orders go ignored or misunderstood. Confusion reigned, and desertion sapped the militia's strength. Still, those who remained had done so willingly, and their defiance became legend. Only about 800 colonial troops remained on the peninsula at the end, just 150 still defending the redoubt. And when General Clinton finally crossed the Charles River to bolster Howe, it was too late to tip the tide before further blood was spilled. Among the attackers, Major Pitcairn, the same man who had faced the rebels at Lexington, was cut down by 4 wounds. On the colonial side, Dr. Joseph Warren, a beloved patriot leader, was killed by a bullet to the head. He had volunteered to fight as a common soldier, though he was anything but. Colonel Prescott, sword in hand, stayed to the last, knocking aside British bayonets with the ceremonial blade as he urged his men to retreat in order, dignity intact. By 5 o'clock, the surviving militia had slipped away over the narrow strip of land known as the Neck, withdrawing toward Cambridge, beaten but unbroken, a war that would not be over soon. In the days that followed, it became clear just how mistaken the British had been. The idea that a show of force would quell rebellion had proven false. Offensive operations in the north were paused. The Americans had proven they would stand and fight, and the losses had stunned British command. Washington arrived on July 2nd to take command of the Continental Army. What he found was not a professional force, but a collection of determined farmers, blacksmiths, merchant civilians, turned warriors. Their courage was clear, but discipline was lacking. And so, the general set about the slow, grueling process of transformation. He replaced fallen leaders, like Dr. Warren, and began instilling order, drilling his men daily, introducing strict codes of conduct, and molding them into something that resembled an army. But supplies remained a constant concern. Powder, food, tents, uniforms were in short supply, and the Americans had no heavy artillery. For that, Washington turned to Henry Knox, a young Boston bookseller with a keen mind and a strong back. Knox was dispatched north to retrieve the cannons captured at Fort Ticonderoga, beginning a journey that would become legendary, the noble train of artillery. While Washington was forging an army outside Boston, Congress faced its own burdens. Sir Guy Carleton, British governor of Quebec, was rebuilding frontier forts and courting the Iroquois Confederacy to harass New York. In response, Congress authorized an expedition into Canada in late June, envisioning it as both a strategic push and an invitation to their northern neighbors to join the cause. Georgia, the last holdout among the 13 colonies, finally sent delegates to Congress in early July, uniting the American effort. And on July 5th, the Olive Branch Petition was adopted, a final plea to King George III to reconcile, to avoid full-scale war. But alongside that diplomatic gesture came a second document, more forceful and resolute, the Declaration of the Causes and Necessity of Taking Up Arms. It laid bare the Americans' belief that they fought not as rebels, but as loyal subjects, defending themselves against tyranny. The petition never reached the king in time to change anything. Gage's report on Bunker Hill arrived in London on July 20th and set off waves of fury in Parliament. Within days, Gage was recalled. On August 23rd, King George issued the proclamation of rebellion. There would be no compromise, now only war. The siege tightens as the leaves began to fall in October 1775. War ministers in London began preparing for a longer conflict. Prime Minister Lord North restructured his cabinet, bringing in George Germain to manage colonial affairs and coordinate with Lord Sandwich, the head of the Royal Navy. The strategy they envisioned relied on three fatal assumptions: that the colonists could not withstand the power of the British Army, that the war could be fought like any other European conflict, and that victory would naturally inspire loyalty. They were wrong on all counts. Back in Massachusetts, winter settled in, and both armies hunkered down around Boston. Supply lines strained under the cold. Congress, unable to tax directly, relied on individual colonies to pay and provision their men. Some complied reluctantly, others could not afford to. The result was misery, shortages, and hardship. Washington's efforts at discipline met resistance. The militia resisted change. Their officers were elected, not appointed, and didn't easily yield to a rigid chain of command. Weapons, uniforms, and even tactics varied wildly from one unit to the next. Yet, slowly, painfully, a transformation took place. New recruits came in. Old hands began to adapt. And by the spring of 1776, Washington had the beginnings of a real army. At sea, progress came more swiftly. In October, Congress approved the creation of a continental navy. While no match for the Royal Navy, this fledgling force could raid British supply lines and harass coastal shipping. Letters of marque were issued to privateers who leaped at the chance to profit while aiding the cause. The cannons that turned the tide, but Washington needed more than raids. He needed leverage, and leverage arrived on sledges and ox carts in the dead of winter. On December 17th, Henry Knox began the long, treacherous journey from Ticonderoga to Boston. Through snow and ice, he dragged 59 cannons, some of them massive siege guns, over frozen rivers and rough terrain. He arrived in Cambridge on January 27, 1776, to the cheers of Washington's staff. Among the guns were 24-pounders, exactly what was needed to threaten the British fleet and city. Washington now set his eyes on Dorchester Heights, a hill south of Boston that overlooked the harbor. Whoever controlled it could dominate the sea. The trouble was, the heights were undefended. To seize and fortify them would provoke an immediate British counterattack, and Washington still doubted whether his army could hold, but with Knox's artillery in hand and a fresh shipment of powder in February, the time had come to act. In early March, as snow still blanketed the ground, Washington ordered diversionary bombardments from Roxbury and Cambridge. The real action came on the night of March 4th, under cover of darkness and shielded by rows of hay bales. 2,500 troops under General John Thomas climbed Dorchester Heights. With pre-built fortifications, sleds of timber, and Knox's cannons, they worked through the night. By dawn on March 5th, the guns were in place, and Boston lay vulnerable beneath them. General Howe, realizing the danger, ordered preparations for a night assault, but nature had other plans. A fierce snowstorm rolled in that afternoon, making an attack impossible. For days the blizzard raged, and when the skies finally cleared, the opportunity had passed. Knowing the city could no longer be held, Howe proposed a quiet arrangement. An unsigned letter reached Washington's camp, threatening to burn Boston if his men weren't allowed to evacuate peacefully. Washington, refusing to formally acknowledge such an improper message, ignored it publicly, but allowed the British to depart unmolested. On March 17, 1776, Evacuation Day, the British Army and thousands of Loyalists boarded ships and sailed for Halifax. Washington had taken Boston without firing a single shot. His gamble had paid off. Privateers under Captain John Manley pursued the retreating fleet and even recaptured some of the looted goods. In the weeks that followed, British supply ships continued to arrive in Boston, unaware the city had fallen, and many were promptly seized. A new front in the south. As Boston fell silent, British eyes turned south. They needed a new base of operations, somewhere with a warmer harbor and Loyalist support. The chosen site was Cape Fear, North Carolina. Late in 1775, General Henry Clinton had been dispatched with troops and warships to begin preparations. It would be the start of a Southern campaign, one that would test British assumptions once again and reveal, time after time, how difficult it would be to put out the fire that now burned across the 13 colonies. As January's frost clung to the docks of Boston, General Clinton quietly slipped away with 2 slender companies of light infantry. Their destination lay to the south, but first they paused at the port of New York, a city still murmuring with uncertainty, where loyalty wavered and tensions simmered just below the surface. Here, Clinton gathered provisions, unaware that the wider British plan was already unraveling behind him. Far across the Atlantic, the expedition from Ireland entrusted to Major General Charles Cornwallis and Admiral Peter Parker had faltered before it even began. Winter winds and bureaucratic delays held them in harbor until February, weeks behind schedule. Meanwhile, Clinton pressed ahead and arrived at Cape Fear on March 12th. There he found not eager allies, but ruin. The royal governors of the Carolinas and Georgia, each recently deposed. Clinton, with desperation. Their hopes had rested on the Scottish loyalists, a force thought to be reliable, but they had been routed at Moore's Creek Bridge just 2 weeks prior. The loyalist backbone in North Carolina had crumbled before Clinton's arrival. Stranded with only 200 soldiers and no sign of Cornwallis, Clinton could offer no restoration, only sympathy. The Atlantic had scattered Parker's fleet across a storm-tossed ocean. The first ships didn't arrive until April 18th. The last straggled in well into May, having battled against rain, wind, and waves. By then, North Carolina was clearly unsuitable as a base for renewed control, so the British gaze drifted southward. Clinton's movements toward that direction were anything but covert. Across the colonies, whispers began to stir. Charleston or Savannah, people guessed, watching sails on the horizon. South Carolina, bracing for the blow, summoned its defenders. Nearly 4,700 militia under Colonel William Moultrie stood ready, joined by 1,900 newly formed Continental regulars. As Clinton departed Cape Fear, Moultrie dispatched a group of men to Sullivan's Island, at the mouth of Charleston Harbor, where they began building a fort. Their task was no small one. The earth was loose, the wind persistent, and the sea uncooperative. Still, they pressed on. Palmetto logstick, fibrous and flexible, were lashed into walls, while sand was packed tightly behind them. But progress was slow. When Clinton heard, in May, that the fortification was still incomplete, he saw opportunity. On the final day of that month, British ships departed Cape Fear. The next morning, they anchored just off Charleston's coast. But the fort, though unfinished, had begun to take shape. Its seaward wall and cannon platform were nearly complete. The side walls were half built. To the rear, only a wooden palisade offered protection. Newly arrived to command the southern department of the Continental Army, General Charles Lee looked at the rough fortifications and saw folly. He deemed the position indefensible and ordered Moultrie to withdraw. But South Carolina's president, John Rutledge, overruled him. Moultrie and his men would stand their ground. On June 8th, Clinton's men landed on nearby Long Island, planning to cross a shallow inlet and flank the fort by land, while the Navy launched a direct assault from the sea. But the inlet proved treacherous, far deeper than expected. The attack by land was abandoned. Thus, the Royal Navy would have to act alone. They waited. Wind and weather held them back for 3 long weeks. Finally, on June 28th, under a heavy sun, the assault began. At 9 o'clock, 4 warships and the bomb-ketch Thunder moved into position opposite the fort. By 10, their cannons thundered across the water, and Moultrie's gunners answered. Parker believed the Thunder's mortar would break the fort quickly, but the bombs simply buried themselves harmlessly in the sand, their blasts muffled beneath the earth. Worse still, the palmetto logs absorbed the shock of impact like living wood, flexing rather than shattering. Time and again, British shells thudded into the fort and did nothing. Inside, Moultrie's men held steady, taking their time to aim. Their return fire tore into the British ships, striking sails, smashing wood, and dismounting guns. By 11 o'clock, Clinton, desperate to support the failing bombardment, ordered his soldiers on Long Island to be ferried across in small boats. But as they approached, they were met with fierce rifle fire and grape shot from concealed breastworks. The crossing was a slaughter. The boats turned back. At noon, Parker called 3 more frigates into the fight. Their orders were to sail around the main line of attack and strike from the west. But all 3 grounded on hidden shoals. One ship was so firmly stuck it had to be abandoned and set alight. Meanwhile, Parker's flagship had its masts shattered, and the admiral himself was quite literally stripped of his breeches by flying debris. In the late afternoon, Lee finally managed to send fresh gunpowder to the fort. Moultrie's cannons roared on until nightfall ended the clash. When the smoke cleared, the British had lost 1 frigate, 6 more ships had been badly damaged, and 220 men lay dead or wounded. American casualties numbered just 37. Moultrie was hailed as a hero, and the fort was renamed in his honor. Clinton lingered offshore until July 21st, hoping reinforcements from the Caribbean might allow for another attempt. But orders came from General Howe: abandon Charleston and prepare for a full-scale assault on New York. Yet even Howe, for all his authority, moved cautiously. He had not yet struck a counterblow, despite cries from London and his own subordinates. He agreed with earlier assessments from General Gage. Suppressing the colonies would require not only the full weight of the British military, but also large numbers of foreign auxiliaries. The government in London reluctantly began to act. In late 1775, new regiments were raised, and contracts were signed with German princes to provide additional troops. The largest contingents came from Hesse-Cassel and Hesse-Cassel. These men, though from many states, came to be known simply as Hessians. While waiting for them in Halifax, Howe and his brother, Admiral Richard Howe, laid plans for their next campaign assault on New York, the key to controlling the middle colonies. George Washington, reading the signs, dispatched General Charles Lee to prepare the city's defenses. Lee surveyed the harbor, the rivers, and the terrain, and came to a bleak conclusion. New York was indefensible. The Royal Navy could land forces anywhere. Total defense was impossible. But making the city costly to take that could be done. Washington arrived in April and concurred. Though he was under orders from Congress to defend the city, he knew the risks. Even so, he expanded the defensive lines, building forts across the harbor, on islands, and along riverbanks. His army, stretched thin, was now scattered into defensive pockets. The gaps were filled with uncertain militia, and through it all, beneath the flags and formal lines of battle, another war simmered, quiet, bitter, and more personal. For every revolution is, in part, a civil war. In the colonies, this divide was sharp. Patriots who rejected Parliament's authority faced loyalists who still clung to the old allegiance. These loyalists are often lost in the telling, overshadowed by battles and proclamations, but they mattered deeply. As late as 1763, nearly every colonist still felt wholly English. Yet 12 years of political crisis had worn that identity thin. By the time the first shots rang out at Bunker Hill, support for the crown had dwindled. Loyalists made up no more than 20% of the population. Patriots claimed over 40%. The rest hovered in fearful neutrality. In 1775, Loyalist and Patriot militias clashed in nearly every colony. By year's end, the Patriots had seized political control throughout the 13 colonies. Loyalist voices were silenced. Their leaders fled behind British lines. But while the Patriots celebrated, a quiet disaster was unfolding to the north. Major General Guy Carleton, governor of Quebec, had been watching events unfold with growing concern. He knew the Americans would come. They had always come. Whenever conflict arose, they marched north. In 1745, they had captured Louisbourg. This time would be no different. He began preparing early, fortifying key positions like Fort St. John, and seeking alliances with native nations. His focus fell on the powerful Haudenosaunee Confederacy, known to the British as the Iroquois. The Mohawk were eager to join the fight, but most of the other nations chose neutrality. In the South, two familiar names, Benedict Arnold and Ethan Allen, began calling for an invasion of Canada as soon as Ticonderoga was in Patriot hands. But Congress hesitated. The resources weren't there. In their place, militia flowed in from New York, Connecticut, and New Hampshire to hold Ticonderoga and Crown Point and prepare for a northern advance. Command was given to Colonel Benjamin Hinman of Connecticut, but waiting at Ticonderoga was an obstacle more formidable than the Britisher, prideful and unpredictable Arnold. Though officially commanding only a small number of Massachusetts troops, Arnold had been acting like a general. The Green Mountain Boys and other militias had tolerated him barely, but when Hinman arrived to assume command, Arnold refused. He locked himself and his men inside Crown Point with 2 ships under construction, refusing to cooperate or cede authority. When persuasion failed, Arnold turned to sabotage, interfering with supply lines, disrupting orders, and even threatening to kidnap a committee sent to investigate. Rumors of mutiny and surrender swirled. Hinman remained patient until the final straw. Arnold reportedly planned to sail the ships to the British. With quiet resolve, Hinman had the vessels seized. Then he rode to Crown Point and gave the men a choice: join him or go home. Most joined. Arnold was left without command, isolated and powerless. As this power struggle played out, a different kind of contest was underway, a diplomatic race for native allegiance. Carleton's efforts with the Haudenosaunee bore mixed fruit. In response, Congress dispatched its own delegation to win over tribes, while New York relied on General Philip Schuyler, an old friend to the Oneida, to make its case. The struggle for Quebec and the future of the Revolution would now turn northward. The great northern forests whispered with wind and silence. But in the year 1775, those quiet woods would see the steady march of war. General Philip Schuyler, entrusted with the care of the northern frontier, had turned his mind not only to soldiers and forts, but to diplomacy. For nestled in that forested land were the mighty Six Nations, the Iroquois Confederacy, a people whose voice could tilt the balance of war. Schuyler met with the chiefs, listening, speaking, persuading. His arguments were careful, woven not of pressure but of understanding. And so it came to be that even the Mohawk, traditionally friendly to the British Crown, agreed to hold to neutrality. It was, they said, a family of foreign English quarrel, far from their own blood. Yet not all warriors sat still. Individuals drifted to both banners, each choosing a path through the coming storm. Congress had given Schuyler command to march on Quebec, an audacious vision of striking north to bring Canada into the fold of rebellion. But summer passed in talks and delay. By late August, the invasion was still but a plan. Then word arrived like a spark. The British were constructing ships at St. John, preparing defenses along the Richelieu River. Richard Montgomery, Schuyler's second-in-command, did not wait. On August 25th, with 1,200 men and no formal authorization, he set the invasion in motion. By September, Montgomery's column crept into Canada's southern reaches. Schuyler, following slowly and growing ill, would soon hand over command entirely. At St. John, Schuyler offered one final letter to the Canadian people, an invitation to join the American cause for retreating from the cold winds of war. Far to the southeast, Benedict Arnold simmered in frustration. Passed over for the northern expedition, he turned his energy toward a bold new plan. He rode to Cambridge, presented himself to Washington, and proposed a second strike into Canada, this one through the unbroken wilderness of Maine, straight to the heart of Quebec. Washington, impressed by his resolve, gave him the green light. Arnold gathered a force of 1,100 men, including Daniel Morgan's rugged riflemen from the frontier. In September, they sailed for the Kennebec River, unaware of the hardship awaiting them. Meanwhile, Montgomery had reached the outskirts of Fort St. John. On September 5th, his first probing attack met stiff resistance. 100 Mohawk warriors, fierce and swift, beat back the Americans. But the warriors, displeased with the British commander's lack of promised artillery support, left the fight. Montgomery regrouped, called for reinforcements, and began a slow siege on September 17th, using mortar to pound the stubborn fort. To the west, Ethan Allen had been sent to stir up local militias and block British reinforcements from Montreal. But Allen's heart yearned for glory, and soon he marched north with just 100 men, seeking a second Ticonderoga. He made it to Long Point, on the edge of Montreal Island, before being discovered. British Governor Guy Carleton responded quickly, marching out with 34 regulars and 200 militia. Allen, realizing he was trapped, pulled his men into the woods and prepared an ambush. But as the enemy approached, 60 of his own deserted, outnumbered and exposed. Allen's force fought for 90 minutes before breaking. Allen surrendered, his dreams of conquest dashed. Though the engagement was small, it rippled through Montreal. Over 1,200 militia turned out in panic. But Carleton, wary of Canadian loyalty and uncertain of the American numbers, hesitated. He dared not march to relieve St. John, fearing ambush in the murky marshes and forests. At St. John, Montgomery's men suffered. The fort, perched on a rise and ringed by swamp, became a malarial prison. By October, 900 men lay sick from disease. Only steady reinforcements kept the siege alive. Mortar fire had done little to crack the defenses, but fortune shifted. On October 6th, fresh cannon arrived. Montgomery extended his batteries and began targeting the harbor. Then, on October 13th, nearby Fort Chambly surrendered, bringing a bounty of winter supplies, gunpowder, and much-needed artillery into American hands. With new guns, Montgomery built a battery on a hill northwest of St. Jang, threatening the fort from above. Carleton finally stirred to act, mustered 1,000 militia he deemed loyal enough, and attempted to land at Longueuil. But the Americans were ready. Artillery thundered, militia deserted, and Carleton's men turned back. Under enfilade fire, and without hope of rescue, St. Jung surrendered on November 3rd. Montgomery pushed north swiftly, entering Montreal on November 13th. Carleton, his regulars lost, slipped away down the St. Lawrence, reaching Quebec just ahead of pursuit. He arrived on November 4th and set to work strengthening the city. 10 days later, Arnold's force emerged from the wilderness, ragged and frostbitten. Their 350-mile trek had been a nightmare of sabotaged supplies, flooded rivers, poor maps, and failing boats. Of the 1,100 who began the journey, only 600 remained. Arnold looked upon Quebec's walls and knew he needed help. He sent word at Montgomery, now in possession of Montreal, was sweeping up abandoned British supplies and trying to win over the Canadians. The Americans had no illusions of conquering all of Canada by force. Instead, they hoped that the French-speaking population, long disillusioned with British rule, might choose liberty. A few hundred did join, but most, wary and weary, waited to see which side would prevail. On December 2nd, Montgomery set out to join Arnold, bringing 400 American soldiers, 200 Canadians, and warm clothing for the frozen remnants of Arnold's army. By December 6th, they stood outside Quebec. Inside the city, Carleton commanded 1,800 British regulars. Montgomery bluffed. He sent letters demanding surrender, promising honorable treatment to those who yielded, and urging the Canadian population to side with the Americans. Carleton answered with silence and arrests. By December 10th, Montgomery's patience had worn thin. His mortar began to fire. Morgan's riflemen prowled the city's edge, picking at sentries. But the ground was frozen, and the Americans could not dig proper trenches. British guns answered. American casualties mounted, and then came another blow. Most enlistments were set to expire on January 1st. The men were eager to go home. Montgomery knew he could not wait. The siege would not hold, so he gambled. On the final day of the year, December 31st, Montgomery launched a desperate night assault. The plan was elegant in theory. A feint at St. Jean's Gate would distract the British, while Arnold and Montgomery moved through the blizzard to strike the lower town. But the blizzard betrayed them. Lanterns flickered through the snow. The British saw them coming. Montgomery's column advanced through the dark, cut down the first barricade, and moved forward. Montgomery led from the front, resolute, but ahead loomed a dark, shapen, old stone building, repurposed as a blockhouse. From its second floor came a burst of grapeshot, tearing through the column. Montgomery and his senior officers fell instantly. The rest faltered and withdrew into the storm. Arnold's men, meanwhile, were caught in a hell of musket and grenade fire. Unable to fight back, Arnold led his troops toward the docks, only to find their path blocked. He ordered an assault and was shot in the leg. Daniel Morgan took command. Morgan led to furious charges, with scaling ladders breaking through. His men pressed on, but hesitated. Captured British prisoners needed escorting. For 30 minutes, they waited. Carleton seized the moment. Realizing the gate attacks were feints, he redirected his forces. British troops poured into the surrounding buildings. Morgan led his men forward once more, only to find themselves surrounded. A group of sailors demanded surrender. Morgan shot their officer and charged. The counterattack failed. Under fire from every window and alley, the Americans sought shelter. British forces sealed off the gate. One by one, the rebels surrendered. At 10 a.m., Morgan, the last to hold, handed his sword not to a British officer, but to a Catholic priest. The toll was harsh. 80 Americans lay dead or wounded, and 400 more were prisoners. Carleton reported only a few casualties for dead, 15 wounded, but the true count may have neared 50. Regardless, it was a resounding British victory. Yet Arnold refused to yield. With stubborn defiance or, perhaps, lingering hope, he maintained a siege. Carleton did not pursue. He remembered well how the French had lost Quebec in 1759 by leaving its walls, and how the British nearly suffered the same fate the year after. He would not risk his men, not in the bitter cold of winter. And so the siege settled into a frost-bitten stalemate. Arnold's men withered in the snow. Smallpox spread. Reinforcements arrived and brought the Army's numbers to 3,000 by March, but many were already sick and would be sent home with the first spring thaw. By April, Arnold was recalled to Montreal. In his place came General John Thomas, tasked with commanding an army already worn thin by winter, disease, and defeat. Montreal, too, was growing restless. Montgomery had treated the Catholic population with care and diplomacy, but in his absence, command had passed to David Wooster, man deeply distrustful of Catholicism and Loyalists alike. At first, he preached American ideals. Then he began curbing Catholic rights, arresting locals, and confiscating militia weapons. The fragile peace in Canada was beginning to crack, and the long winter still had more to teach. The stillness of dawn was broken only by the steady drum of boots and whispers carried on the wind. In the soft light of early morning on August 27th, General Grant's British column stirred from the darkness. His troops pushed back the thin line of American sentries posted ahead, beginning what appeared to be a frontal attack on the left of the American line. But the true blow was yet to come. The men of Brigadier General William Alexander's brigade, many of them Scots themselves, like the man called Lord Stirling, braced for the storm. The British came in waves, testing the American resolve. Stirling's men fought fiercely, repelling Grant's initial efforts and counterattacking through the undulating hills. Their muskets cracked in sharp rhythm, smoke curling through the trees. By 9 in the morning, General George Washington himself had arrived with reinforcements. The situation was worsening, but it was only now that the full deception became clear. Long Island had not been a diversion. It had been the target all along. Elsewhere, in the quiet beyond the ridgeline, General Clinton's flanking column detected through the night ready to strike. 2 heavy cannon blasts were fired, echoing like thunder through the fog. This was the signal to the Hessian forces to begin their own assault. The Continentals, already locked in struggle with the frontal advance, were unaware of the trap closing behind them. General John Sullivan tried to turn his men to meet this new threat, but the sudden appearance of British forces at their rear sent panic through the ranks. Discipline faltered, and many fled toward the heights of Brooklyn in chaos. Yet Sullivan managed to pull back a large portion of his force in good order, even as he was captured amid the retreat. Stirling, still holding the right, believed he was winning the battle. His brigade had held Grant at bay for hours, even repulsing a renewed attack. But then the Hessians swept into his left, hammering the exhausted Americans. Clinton's men soon blocked every road save for one slender path across Brower's Mill Pond. If not for the sacrifice of the 1st Maryland Regiment, the army might have been lost entirely. Facing more than 2,000 British regulars, some 270 Marylanders charged into the fire. Twice they stormed the position, bayonets fixed, muskets blazing. Their courage bought time. Through that narrow escape route, the shattered remnants of the Continental forces slipped away. Of the Marylanders, only a dozen returned. By noon, the Americans had been forced back entirely to the fortified ridge at Brooklyn Heights. The British had the upper hand, yet, to the confusion of his officers, General Howe ordered a halt. He would not throw his men against entrenched positions, not when a siege could accomplish the same with fewer losses. And so the digging began. Washington, meanwhile, weighed his grim choices. Holding the heights meant destruction. He watched the British siege lines extend with alarming speed. By the 28th, the risk was too great. Escape was the only hope. That evening, under a curtain of wind and mist, Washington acted. Every barge and sloop that could be found was summoned. Colonel John Glover and his hardy New England fishermen took to the oars. The army would cross the East River that night toward the uncertain safety of Manhattan. At 11 o'clock on August 29th, the crossing began. Rain fell in sheets. Fog clung low and heavy over the water. Throughout the long night, silent lines of soldiers, cannon, horses, and wagons slid across the river in darkness. Not a single shot was fired. By dawn on the 30th, the evacuation was complete. Washington, as always, was the last to leave. Howe, upon discovering the retreat, was stunned. The Americans had vanished from under his nose, leaving behind little more than footprints and wet earth. In the days that followed, both armies danced and drifted around Manhattan. Washington, uncertain of Howe's intentions, moved to block his possible routes. On September 7th, in a spark of strange innovation, he approved the first submersible attack in recorded history. The tiny one-man vessel, the Turtle, piloted by Sergeant Ezra Lee, drifted beneath the waters, attempting to affix explosives to Admiral Howe's flagship. The attempt failed, but the spirit of the American cause stirred beneath the waves. Then, on September 15th, the British landed at Kip's Bay. The American defenses there crumbled almost instantly, and the road to the heart of Manhattan lay open. But a few days later, on the Harlem Heights, Washington's men rallied. In a brief but fierce skirmish, they held their ground. The resolve of the Americans had not been fully extinguished. Still, Howe sought a decisive maneuver. On October 12th, he attempted another landing, but it was rebuffed. He tried again on the 18th, this time landing at Pelham. Now in real danger of being cut off, Washington began a rapid retreat north to White Plains. There, on October 28th, Howe struck again. The Continental regulars fought valiantly, holding their positions under withering fire. But on the right flank, militia lines collapsed as Hessian troops under Colonel Johann Raoul poured through. Washington's line bent and then withdrew in haste. With the Americans in retreat, Howe split his army. Cornwallis would chase Washington's scattered forces, while General Clinton moved to occupy New Jersey. Howe himself turned back to stamp out the remaining resistance in New York. By early December, the campaign had collapsed in favor of the British. Washington's shattered army had been driven across New Jersey into Pennsylvania. New York was lost. 4,000 prisoners languished aboard British prison hulks in the harbor dark, floating coffins where half would perish. As winter descended, the British settled into comfortable quarters, assured that the war was nearing its end. Washington's men, in contrast, had no such respite. Cold, hungry, and unpaid, the Continental Army hovered near dissolution. Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 5,000, and many enlistments were set to expire with the new year. Spirits were low. Desertions climbed. Without a miracle, the army would vanish by January, and then fortune twisted. The British, believing the Americans beaten, had scattered their winter garrisons across New Jersey. Among them, 1,500 Hessians stationed at Trenton under Colonel Raoul sat in increasing isolation. Harassed by American patrols and cut off from regular supply, they stood as a lone flame in the night, unguarded and exposed. Raoul, wary of the whispers in the woods and the skirmishes on the roads, had been warned. Spies had told him Washington was planning something, but his caution faltered. Continental agents in Trenton fed him false confidence. One, posing as a loyalist, allowed himself to be captured and escape, bringing to Raoul a story of a broken, starving army in no condition to strike. Raoul dismissed the danger. He made no new defenses. He believed the rebels would not dare. Washington dared. On Christmas night, he gathered 2,400 men. As sleet and snow began to fall, they marched to the Delaware River. The password for the night was whispered from man to man: victory or death. Ice clogged the river, and the rain froze the ropes in men's hands. Glover's oarsmen ferried the army across, hour after aching hour. It was past 3 in the morning before the last of the troops reached the opposite bank. The attack, intended for before dawn, was now behind schedule. The blocking forces had failed to cross elsewhere, but Washington pushed forward. He rode among the men, steadying their resolve. By 8 a.m., they reached Trenton's outskirts. Washington led from the front, commanding Greene's column as it swiftly overran the outposts. Rawle's Hessians, still recovering from their Christmas celebrations, scrambled to form ranks, but Sullivan's men struck from the other side, seizing the bridge and pressing into the town. American artillery echoed through the streets, blasting apart the Hessian lines. Colonel Raoul awoke amidst the confusion. Gathering what men he could find, he attempted to rally in a nearby field and reclaim the town. But from 3 sides the Americans surged, and the Hessians' muskets misfired in the damp. Raoul fell, mortally wounded, and his men surrendered in droves. In less than an hour, the Continental Army had captured nearly 900 Hessians, killed 22, and suffered almost no losses of their own. The impossible had been done. Hope, long frozen, flickered to life. But Washington knew one victory would not save the cause. On December 31st, with many of his soldiers set to leave, he pleaded with them to remain. To most stayed. On January 2nd, Cornwallis marched south with 5,000 men, intent on ending Washington's resurgence. He reached Trenton late that day, and his forces attempted to storm the American positions across a sun-pink creek. 3 times they charged, and 3 times they were thrown back. As night fell, Cornwallis paused, confident that he would finish the job in the morning. That night, Washington moved again. In the dark, his army slipped away. By morning, they struck Princeton, overwhelming the garrison and seizing vital supplies. With the British in confusion, Washington led his weary army to Morristown. In just 10 days, the tide had turned. From despair and retreat to hope and victory. The spirit of the Revolution had been reborn in the snow and ice of a New Jersey winter. And somewhere along those quiet, frost-covered roads, beneath the stars and behind the frost-bitten eyes of his men, Washington had found what the army needed most: resolve. Back across the Atlantic, in the shadowed halls of Whitehall, the mood was shifting from stern confidence to anxious doubt. Since the first colonial protests had erupted, the British government had leaned heavily on the assurances of their royal governorsmen, who insisted that the American colonists were at heart loyal subjects, that the rebellion was merely the work of a noisy, ungrateful few. This belief, though increasingly fragile, had underpinned Britain's entire war strategy. But now, troubling signs were mounting. Dispatches told of entire towns in revolt, militias forming not in corners but in broad daylight, and cities falling into rebel hands. Parliament's oppositionists, especially the Whigs, grew bolder by the day. William Pitt the Elder, a longtime critic of taxation without representation, had condemned the war from the beginning, and now others, even some Tories, were beginning to echo his concerns. Still, King George III remained unwavering, his favor firmly behind Prime Minister Lord North and his circle of hardline loyalists. Yet, as the costs of war piled higher and higher, those once hidden fractures within the Tory party began to widen, threatening to split the government from within. Worse still for Britain, the winds of diplomacy were blowing cold. Much of Europe, never fond of perfidious Albion, now quietly rejoiced at its misfortunes. Britain's reputation had already suffered during the War of Austrian Succession and the 7 Years' War, where it had often proved a difficult, even faithless, ally. Now it found itself diplomatically isolated, and America's cause its rebellion was wrapped in the elegant language of the Enlightenment. That rhetoric, brimming with ideas of liberty and human dignity, spoke directly to the hearts of Europe's intellectual elite. Though crowned heads were very mindful of how such ideals might take root in their own realms, they could not help but smile at Britain's distress. The Declaration of Independence, when it reached European shores, sent tremors through salons and military academies alike. Young men, especially those whose talents had been stifled by rigid, aristocratic hierarchies, found themselves drawn to this new war for freedom. Among them was the young Marquis de Lafayette, who would soon sail from France to join Washington's cause, forging a bond that would span continents. Yet before Lafayette, another had come to Kosciuszko, a Polish Lithuanian engineer of quiet brilliance. He presented himself to Benjamin Franklin in Paris, and, with little more than his knowledge of geometry and the fire in his heart, won a commission as a colonel of engineers. Kosciuszko would go on to play a vital role in the Continental Army's fortifications and strategy, marrying his mathematical gifts with the dream of American liberty. Meanwhile, the Caribbean powers, long weary of British dominations, saw their chance. Before the war, they had often ignored the Navigation Acts, smuggling freely with the American colonies. Now they looked the other way, as traders provided the revolutionaries with weapons, powder, and supplies. Their ports offered safe harbor to American privateers, who harassed British shipping and made London fume with protest. Of all Britain's rivals, France was the most eager to assist the Americans, but also the most cautious. King Louis XVI had every reason to loathe Britain. France's defeat in the 7 Years' War had been a humiliation, and the loss of Canada had wounded national pride. Yet the French economy was in tatters, billions of livres deep in debt, and the king's medieval tax system was buckling under the weight. His armies and navies, too, were still rebuilding from that bruising war. Nevertheless, France's foreign minister, the shrewd Comte de Vergennes, saw opportunity. Years earlier, he had argued that as long as the American colonies remained loyal to Britain, France would never regain its former global influence. But now, with the colonies in open rebellion, the door had cracked open. Vergennes began quietly supplying the Americans through a dummy trading company, Rodrigue Hortala's E.T. Company, sending gunpowder, arms, and uniforms through the Caribbean. He hoped that with enough help, the Americans would prove themselves in battle and earn a formal alliance. But that moment had not yet come. To that end, Congress dispatched Benjamin Franklin to France in late 1776, hoping he could negotiate an official alliance with the crown. But Franklin, ever the master of timing and perception, made no direct overtures. He did not march into Versailles with demands or declarations. Instead, he waited. Franklin knew Vergennes wanted an alliance. He also knew that powerful voices at court feared another war with Britain. And so, the aging philosopher played a different game, one of silence and charm. In the glittering salons of Paris, he was already celebrated for his experiments with electricity and his writings on natural philosophy. Now dressed in a plain fur hat and spectacles, he cultivated an air of humble mystery. He became the talk of France. He waited for the king's invitation to Versailles, knowing full well that once it came, it would signal Louis's quiet blessing on the American cause. Meanwhile, in the snows and mud of the American countryside, General George Washington was preparing for the campaign season ahead. The stunning victory at Trenton had lifted the spirits of the nation, but the road ahead remained perilous. Washington had seen the weaknesses of his army firsthand. His soldiers had fought bravely, but they lacked training, discipline, and consistent supplies. He began reorganizing his forces, enlisting men for 3 years instead of 1, aiming to avoid another collapse in manpower. And he adjusted his strategy. No longer would he seek decisive battles with British regulars. Instead, he would adopt a Fabian strategy, harassing the enemy, targeting their supply lines, and avoiding head-on engagements whenever possible. His goal was simple: keep the army alive, let time and attrition do the work. At the same time, British generals were sketching bold new plans of their own. General Howe proposed to the Secretary of State for America, Lord George Germain, a sweeping multi-pronged campaign. One British force would land in Newport and threaten New England. Another would march south from Canada down the Hudson Valley. A third, under Howe himself, would strike through New Jersey toward Philadelphia. New York would be held with a smaller force, just in case. The goal was clear: cut New England off from the rest of the colonies. Britain still believed the rebellion's heart beat strongest there, isolated, and the fire would burn out. But when January came, London declined to send the full number of troops Howe requested. And besides, Howe had begun to doubt the plan. Even in supposedly loyalist-leaning areas like New York, few colonists were joining the British cause. Guerrilla fighters prowled the countryside. The American people, it seemed, were far more united than Britain had believed. So, Howe changed course. If cutting off New England wouldn't work, perhaps a hammer blow would: crush the Continental Army in open battle, capture Philadelphia, the rebel capital. Surely then, the Americans would yield. Howe informed Germain of this change in late January. But unknown to him, another plan was taking shape across the sea. Major General John Burgoyne, eager for glory and weary of watching others earn credit, proposed a grand campaign of his own. From Canada, he would lead an army of 8,500 men down Lake Champlain to seize Fort Ticonderoga, then follow the Hudson River south toward Albany. A smaller force would descend from the west via the Mohawk Valley. Meanwhile, Howe, it was assumed, would march north to meet them. The three columns would unite and slice the colonies in two. Germain, perhaps too agreeable, approved Burgoyne's plan on February 28th. But here, amidst the swirl of letters and crossed intentions, came a crucial misstep. Germain had also approved Howe's new plan but did not inform either general of the other's intentions. Burgoyne, still in London, sailed without knowing that Howe would not be coming north, and Howe, firmly focused on Philadelphia, never seriously considered marching to Albany. Germain, for reasons lost to history, never corrected this error. The result would be two uncoordinated campaigns, each doomed to struggle alone. But that calamity was still months away. For now, Howe turned his gaze toward Philadelphia. He hoped to lure Washington into open battle, but the American general would not take the bait. From April to June 1777, Howe tried again and again to draw Washington out from his fortified positions near Morristown and Middlebrook, but each attempt was rebuffed. Even a feigned retreat failed when Continental scouts uncovered the ruse. Kosciuszko's fortifications along the Delaware River proved formidable. So, Howe chose the sea. He would sail south, then march north to Philadelphia from an unexpected direction. If Washington tried to block him, he would crush the Continentals. If not, the rebel capital would fall. On July 25th, Howe set sail with 17,000 men. Washington, wary, did not move his army immediately. He suspected a trap. Only when Howe's ships were sighted in Chesapeake Bay did the American general understand act. He began marching south to intercept the British, but Howe's journey had not been easy. Storms scattered his fleet, damaging ships and spoiling supplies. And his choice to land far to the south, near Head of Elk in Maryland, cost him time and energy. From there, he began his slow march toward Philadelphia, foraging as he went. Washington, meanwhile, prepared his defense along Brandywine Creek, choosing a narrow river crossing as his stronghold. He placed his best troops under Generals Greene and Wayne at Chad's Ford, while Pennsylvania militia guarded the southern approaches. The two armies moved ever closer, like dancers circling before the first step. The fate of Philadelphia and the future of the war hung in the late summer air. The rest of Washington's army, under General John Sullivan, lay along the riverbank to the north. But once again, British eyes proved sharper. General Howe, ever watchful, learned of unguarded fords some 7 miles upstream. It was a quiet echo of Long Island, a chance to outmaneuver the Americans once more. Lieutenant General Charles Cornwallis took nearly 9,000 men and set off to flank Washington's vulnerable right. Meanwhile, Hessian commander Wilhelm von Knyphausen was tasked with drawing attention to Chad's Ford with the remaining 6,800 troops. Their plan was set in motion for the 11th of September. At the soft break of dawn, Cornwallis began his long march. Knyphausen moved steadily toward Chad's Ford, just 4 miles out. The British ran into American scouts, and by midday a sharp engagement had begun. Though Washington's men resisted fiercely, the British slowly pushed them back. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Cornwallis had reached his position. But instead of pressing on, he let his men rest, weary from their march. That pause, brief as it seemed, proved crucial. Washington's scouts discovered the movement and raced to deliver the warning. Orders were given. Washington turned his right flank to face the oncoming storm. But the troops had barely settled into their new position when the British struck just after 4 p.m. The center and right stood firm, repelling the first wave. But the left had not yet fully formed. The British guards swept in and shattered them. Hessian Jaegers curled around the right, forcing that wing to retreat, while the center, struck with bayonets, was finally broken. The tide was turning, but Washington, ever calm in crisis, ordered General Nathanael Greene to form a rearguard at the village of Dilworth. It was a measured move, a sheltering hand. Greene's division held their ground, buying precious time. By 8 p.m., under the shroud of gathering night, the rest of the army slipped away into the darkness. British pursuit, halted by nightfall, never came. Washington withdrew once more. Howe, again, paused to forage, rather than press the advantage. Not until September 13th did he resume pursuit. By then, Washington was already moving to block him, but Howe, agile and calculating, outmaneuvered him yet again. On September 26th, British boots marched into Philadelphia, but the city lay empty. No officials waited to surrender. No stores remained to supply the victors. The Continental Congress had fled to York and pledged to fight on. Howe had captured the rebel capital, but not the rebellion itself. Determined to finish the job, Howe left 3,000 men to hold Philadelphia and led the rest 9,000 strong to nearby Germantown. Washington saw his chance. Howe, though victorious, was exposed and outnumbered. Washington resolved to strike. It would be a bold echo of Trenton and Princeton, assault from multiple angles. His regulars under Sullivan and Greene would approach from the east and north. Meanwhile, 2 militia columns would sweep wide, looping behind the British lines. Howe, cautious as ever, had posted his men in defensive positions, with heavy pickets and patrols. Still, the Americans slipped past them, undetected in the night. But the darkness, though it sheltered their movement, also proved their undoing. Wet roads slowed the march. Dense fog crept over the countryside like a veil. The columns became disjointed, their timing unraveling with each sodden mile. Sullivan's men arrived first. Well past dawn, they pushed into Germantown and drove the British back, taking them by surprise. But the fight faltered at an old stone house, the Chew House, where 120 British soldiers barricaded themselves. Sullivan's men threw themselves against it in vain. The house held. The brigades grew confused and separated in the fog. Ammunition ran low. The forward momentum died, and Sullivan's men began to fall back. Greene's column arrived next and pushed the British further. But the fog now mingled with gunsmoke, thick as winter wool, and visibility vanished. Greene's troops became even more disoriented. The 2 militia columns, intended to flank the enemy, missed the battle entirely. By then, the British had rallied. Their shock faded, their lines reformed. Washington, seeing the tide shift once again, called for retreat. The fog that had hidden them also saved the British from catastrophe. The armies continued skirmishing into December. But when snow fell in earnest, both sides slipped into winter quarters. Howe had taken Philadelphia, yes, but he had failed to destroy Washington's army. In that, his campaign had fallen short. And so we turn northward, where another drama unfolded beneath colder skies. On May 6th, General John Burgoyne arrived in Quebec City, clutching orders from Lord Germain. They were orders that filled Governor Guy Carleton with dismay. For while Carleton believed himself commander of the northern campaign, Germain had given Burgoyne full authority, elevating him above Carleton in both rank and role. The insult stung. Carleton, furious, refused to allow Canadian militia to serve under Burgoyne. The damage was done. Worse still, Burgoyne knew the Tourainhai had marched these woods before. He knew, or should have known, that this was no land for armies. It was wilderness, tangled, thinly settled, and stubbornly untamed. Preparations went poorly. Burgoyne gathered about 8,000 regulars, and hoped to add another 3,000 through local loyalists and native allies. But only 250 loyalists and 500 indigenous warriors arrived. Supplies were short, wagons were few, horses scarcer, still so scarce, in fact, that his German dragoons had no mounts at all. Nevertheless, on June 13th, his army assembled at the northern tip of Lake Champlain and set sail for Fort Ticonderoga the next day. General Philip Schuyler of the Continental Army knew Burgoyne was coming, but supply issues had forced him to leave the northern defenses undermanned. Fort Ticonderoga, long thought impregnable, would have to hold long enough for help to arrive. In May, the brilliant engineer Tadeusz Kościuszko had surveyed the fort. He warned that a nearby hill sugar loaf must be fortified. Artillery placed there could devastate the fort. But Brigadier General Arthur St. Clair, newly in command, ignored the advice. His focus was drawn westward, where indigenous tribes had split. Some sided with the British, others with the Americans. The ancient Iroquois Confederacy itself had fractured. Still, Schuyler acted. He ordered Fort Stanwix rebuilt and garrisoned to guard the western approach. Burgoyne reached Fort Crown Point by June's end. Native allies screened his movement, keeping American scouts at bay. Skirmishes broke out on July 2nd, and the Americans withdrew from Mount Hope to avoid encirclement. That very afternoon, British scouts reached Sugarloaf and began hauling artillery to its crest. Once they did, it was over. Ticonderoga, as Kościuszko had warned, could no longer hold. St. Clair and his men slipped away under cover of night on July 5th. Burgoyne pursued both columns but failed to catch them. They regrouped with Schuyler at Fort Edward. Meanwhile, Burgoyne paused not to turn back, but to push forward overland, abandoning his water route to Lake George in favor of a march through thick forest. Kościuszko was ready. He tore up roads, destroyed bridges, and dammed streams. Every step of Burgoyne's path was slowed. To the west, another prong of the British plan unfolded. Colonel Barry St. Leger led an expedition through the Mohawk Valley. 2,000 men were planned, but only 450 regulars, 300 loyalist militia, and 800 native warriors could be gathered. Their goal was Fort Stanwix. As of the prior year, it held just 60 men and broken walls. But Oneida scouts, loyal to the Americans, had warned of the attack. The garrison was strengthened to 400. The fort was rebuilt. Supplies rushed in. St. Leger found a stronghold, not a ruin. He began a siege. Soon, he learned of an approaching relief force: 800 New York militia and Oneida warriors. Seizing the moment, he ambushed them at Oriskany and dealt a heavy blow. Yet, while he was away, the Stanwix garrison launched a bold sortie. They captured supplies, looted the native camp, and shattered morale. Then came Major General Benedict Arnold with another relief column. He had too few men to attack directly, so he resorted to deception. He captured a loyalist and fed him lies about an enormous approaching army. The man carried the tale to St. Leger's camp. The native warriors, already demoralized, panicked. They began deserting in droves. On August 22nd, St. Leger lifted the siege and fell back to Canada. Back on the main front, Burgoyne's road building delayed his arrival at Fort Edward until July 24th. The Americans had already abandoned it, but Burgoyne's problems were growing. Supplies were low. The land turned hostile. His native allies, frustrated and undisciplined, began raiding civilians. One such incident, the murder of loyalist Jane McCrae, sparked public outrage. Burgoyne, failing to punish the killers, lost the support of many native allies. Even after learning that Howe had turned away to Maryland, Burgoyne pressed on, creeping south at a mile per day. He dispatched 1,000 men to Bennington to seize supplies, but they were met by Vermont militia and annihilated. His ranks thinned, morale faded, and still he marched. Meanwhile, Schuyler had been replaced by General Horatio Gates. Unlike Schuyler, Gates wanted battle. Reinforcements from Washington arrived, and volunteers, furious over Jane McCrea's death, flocked to the colors. Gates marched north to Bemis Heights, just below Saratoga, where Kosciuszko prepared new defenses earthworks, laid like a sleeping serpent in the hills, ready to strike. By the waning days of August 1777, the dream of a swift British conquest of the Hudson Valley was dissolving like mist under morning sun. General John Burgoyne, proud and confident, had once imagined a triumphant march south to Albany, linking with fellow redcoats and severing rebellious New England from the rest of the colonies. But now, word arrived like a cold wind. St. Leger's expedition had collapsed. Retreating from Fort Stanwix in haste and humiliation, Burgoyne was alone. The path before him was bitterly clear. Either turn back toward the safety of Fort Ticonderoga, admitting defeat, or press forward into the wilderness, chasing the ghost of victory. Pride, that familiar general, whispered in his ear. He chose the latter. On September 13th, his weary troops crossed the Hudson River, stepping deeper into hostile territory. 5 days later, they met the eyes of Continental scouts near a small clearing called Freeman's Farm. Dawn broke on September 19th beneath a shroud of fog, softening the edges of the forest and the rising hills. In the murky silence, General Benedict Arnold Still, a respected officer, despite quarrels with his superior, Horatio Gates, felt something stirring. Sensing an impending British attack, he dispatched Daniel Morgan and his riflemen into the woods. The scent of powder would not be long in coming. At Freeman's Farm, Morgan's sharp-eyed men caught the glint of British bayonets advancing in 3 columns. They took aim from behind trees and brush, picking off officers in the vanguard with unnerving precision. When the lead companies faltered, Morgan's men surged forward, scattering them. But the British were not so easily broken. The center column rallied and forced Morgan's men back to the safety of the trees. Gates, recognizing the danger, sent reinforcements. For hours, the riflemen wreaked havoc among British ranks, especially upon their officers and artillery crews. The redcoat center wavered. Then the flanking columns arrived. From the left and right, British troops swept in, threatening to encircle the Americans. Only the coming of night drew a curtain over the field and spared Morgan's men from ruin. The Americans slipped away into the darkness, weary but unbowed. Burgoyne's army held the ground, but had gained little. As shadows stretched long that evening, Burgoyne's officers gathered in council. Plans were made for another assault on the 21st, but fate, in the form of a letter, intervened. General Clinton downriver, in New York, had finally become aware of Burgoyne's predicament. He promised an advance up the Hudson within 10 days. Hope stirred again in the British camp. They would wait. But while they lingered, their situation worsened. Supplies dwindled. American reinforcements, militia and Continentals alike, streamed toward Bemis Heights. The window was closing. By October 4th, it was clear that Clinton's help would not arrive in time. Burgoyne faced a terrible truth. 3 days later, he struck. On October 7th, Burgoyne ordered a probing force grenadiers, Hessians, and light infantry to move against the American left. They stepped into the autumn woods with caution, but Gates was ready. He unleashed 8,000 soldiers to meet the threat. At 2 p.m., British grenadiers opened fire, but the terrain betrayed them. Their volleys scattered uselessly among the trees. When they tried a bayonet charge, American muskets barked at close range, shattering the assault. On the far side of the field, Morgan's riflemen clashed again with British light infantry, overwhelming them. Amid the chaos, Brigadier General Simon Fraser rode gallantly into the fray, rallying his men until a bullet struck him down. With their leader fallen, the British line faltered, then broke. And then, as if summoned by the cries of battle, Benedict Arnold reappeared. Stripped of command after a fierce argument with Gates, Arnold had no orders. But orders be damned, he rode into the melee, his voice rising above the smoke, calling his countrymen forward. He led the charge against a British redoubt, but it held fast. Undeterred, he galloped across the battlefield, exposed to musket fire, until he reached the leftmost British fortification. There, under fire, Arnold led the final assault. His horse was shot from beneath him. His leg was shattered. But the redoubt fell. That night, Burgoyne abandoned Saratoga and retreated north toward the Hudson, seeking his old crossing point. But it was too late. The fords were blocked. Militia swarmed the banks. Burgoyne, surrounded and starving, had no choice. He surrendered. The news swept across the colonies like a wind through dry leaves. Bells rang in town squares. Fires were lit in celebration. In France, Franklin and Vergennes finally held the victory. They needed to move from secret sympathizers to open allies. In London, blame was passed from hand to hand. Burgoyne for arrogance, Howe for inaction, and Germain for a failure of vision. The truth was more bitter. The war, they now realized, might not be won. But for Washington and his men, there was little time to celebrate. The winter of Valley Forge lay ahead, cold and cruel. As the snows gathered, so too did allies. France, heart of the Enlightenment, moved to join the young republic. Yet Versailles, with its marble halls and gilded mirrors, had aims beyond liberty. The court of Louis XVI sought vengeance redress for 1763, when Britain had humiliated France and claimed its colonial crown. Their hope was to unravel British power, reclaim sugar islands in the Caribbean, expand in Africa and India, and restore the old balance of empires. Though French salons toasted liberty, Versailles prepared for war. Spain, too, watched closely. Carlos III, ruler of a vast empire in the Americas, was cautious. Memories of lost Minorca and Gibraltar still burned, as did the recent loss of Florida. But Carlos feared the example of American independence. What if his colonies in the New World followed suit? Though hesitant to leap into revolution, Spain did lend aid. Havana opened its port to American merchants. Supplies flowed north from New Orleans, smuggled up the Mississippi. Spanish gold crossed the Atlantic. Still, Spain fought for empire, not for liberty. In June of 1779, under the Treaty of Aranjuez, Spain formally joined the war not as a partner to the Americans, but as an avenger of old wounds. Its primary goal, Gibraltar, this rocky outpost, perched on the southern edge of Europe, had long been a British thorn in Spain's side. Now, Carlos sought to reclaim it. On June 16th, Spanish forces began to move. Thousands of infantry and cavalry assembled under Generals Mendoza and Sotomayor. Two fleets, bristling with 246 cannon, prepared to blockade the bay. Gibraltar's defenders, some 5,400 British and Hanoverian soldiers, were commanded by General George Augustus Elliot. Despite the blockade, supplies trickled in. Smugglers braved the seas, slipping past Spanish patrols to bring food and gunpowder. On July 5th, a Spanish schooner in disguise tried to stop them. Elliot's gunners fired first. The siege had truly begun. By September, Spanish engineers had built trenches and batteries from Fort St. Barbara to Fort St. Philip. The British responded with cannon fire, sparking a prolonged exchange that accomplished little. Soldiers grew bored. On January 26, 1780, Admiral Rodney sailed into the bay with a precious convoy. Among his crew was a boy of 14, Midshipman William, future King of England, who had already embraced the life of a sailor, brawling and drinking like the rest. But danger still loomed. On the night of June 7th, a fleet approached under cover of darkness. They seemed like allies, but the captain of HMS Enterprise grew suspicious. He gave the order to fire. It was a trap. 9 Spanish fireships erupted into flame, drifting with deadly intent toward the British fleet. Gunners on the Panther and along the shore opened fire. Brave sailors rowed out into the blaze, grappling the flaming hulls and towing them away. Disaster was averted. Skirmishes continued throughout the summer, but the Rock of Gibraltar held firm and yielding as the tides of war continued to rise across the globe. Neither side, it seemed, could yet land a fatal blow. Though cannon roared, the engagements in these early days of Gibraltar's long siege brought little bloodshed. The most grievous danger faced by Governor George Augustus Elliot and his garrison was not iron shot nor bayonet thrust, but rather the invisible foe of disease. By August of 1780, a smallpox outbreak had swept through the ranks, claiming 500 souls. For Elliot, the strain of command had already become considerable. Yet even as illness sapped strength from within, the Spanish outside Gibraltar's walls sought to add fresh strain. On the 1st of October, their batteries resumed heavy bombardment. The British defenders, perched high along the northern cliffs of the Rock, remained mostly untouched by the blasts. Still, some cannonballs found their mark, leaping over the stone ramparts and tumbling into the town streets beyond. In a stroke of sharp-witted ingenuity, Elliot had the streets furrowed and plowed into deep ridges, just enough to catch and divert the rolling spheres of iron. It was an act of practical brilliance that helped preserve lives, even as the siege dragged on with quiet menace through the coming months. Then, on April 12th of 1781, change arrived with the sea wind. A mighty British convoy approached Gibraltar's harbor under the charge of Admiral Darby. 97 merchant vessels, each carrying vital supplies, were shielded by a powerful escort. The Spanish vice admiral, perhaps judging the odds unwise, declined to attack the fleet directly. But that did not mean the cargo would be unloaded without peril. As Darby's convoy docked at the New Mole, Spanish gunners opened fire from land and sea. From 130 guns, a hailstorm of metal rained down upon the unloading efforts. Sotomayor's land forces joined the barrage from the north, and parts of Gibraltar's old town were soon aflame. The timber homes crackled and splintered, yielding under the relentless cannonade. It was in this moment of chaos that a curious revelation unfolded. Many civilians, perhaps fearing scarcity, had hoarded large quantities of alcohol. As fire spread and tempers flared, discipline within the garrison broke. Soldiers, their nerves frayed and vigilance dulled, turned to drink. A wave of intoxication swept through the men, endangering the already delicate balance of defense. But not all succumbed. The Hanoverian troops, under Eliot's command, more restrained in their habits, stepped in to restore order. Several looters were hanged without ceremony, a grim reminder that even amid the trials of war, order must be maintained. The Spanish artillery continued to harass the town in the days that followed, though the rate of fire was not overwhelming. It produced a steady stream of casualties and agonizing, drawn-out pressure on the garrison. One such tale passed grimly through the ranks. A soldier, attending to nature's call in an office privy, was decapitated by a cannonball. Only his body remained, lifeless, seated as if still waiting for peace. Undeterred, Sotomayor pressed on. In June 1781, he ordered the construction of 4 new batteries. 49 fresh guns joined the siege lines, and trenches crept ever closer to the British stronghold. By November, Spanish forces had reached within striking distance, their approach nearly complete. Then came a stroke of boldness from within the rock itself. On November 21st, 2 deserters crept into Gibraltar under cover of darkness. They carried vital intelligence. The Spanish forces now numbered over 21,000, and new forward works were underway. Governor Eliot, recognizing the danger, made a swift and decisive choice. He would strike first. A Sortian offensive foray out of the fortress was planned for the night of November 26th into the 27th. Brigadier General Ross was placed in command of the operation, leading 2,014 troops divided into 3 columns. At just before 3 a.m., the first column passed through the Forbes barrier and moved quietly through the swampy terrain known as the inundation. The Spanish trenches lay ahead, manned if at all by only a small force. Some said 80 men stood guard, others claimed 400. Either way, the defenders were caught entirely by surprise. They fell back in haste, allowing Ross's men to descend upon their works. With artillery support thundering from atop the rock, British and Hanoverian troops set about their task. They destroyed batteries, smashed gun carriages, and filled ditches with debris. 28 Spanish guns were rendered useless, their vents spiked with iron. Supply depots and powder magazines were set alight. And then, unexpectedly, Governor Eliot himself arrived to observe the destruction firsthand. Turning to Ross, he asked with a glint of pride, "What do you think of this business? Is it not something extraordinary?" Ross, ever the gruff soldier, replied with curt astonishment, "Most extraordinary to find you here." Before long, the Spanish arsenals exploded in great bursts of fire and smoke. Barboza, the captain in charge of the depots, perished in the blasts. His final written report, penned before the attack, had read, "Nothing extraordinary had happened, but now the night was filled with fire." The Spanish soon recovered from their shock and responded with fury. Grapeshot was loosed upon the retreating British columns, followed by a cavalry charge. Yet it was too late. The attackers were already returning to the safety of their fortress walls. The sortie had lasted just over an hour, with only 4 British lives lost and 25 wounded. In that brief span, months of Spanish engineering had been obliterated. Despite the setback, the Spanish did not falter. They began rebuilding their works immediately, completing the new lines by December. Governor Elliot, though tempted to strike again, was hampered by disease. Scurvy now stalked the garrison, weakening 15% of his men. The siege's invisible assailant had returned. In February 1782, darker tidings reached Gibraltar. The British garrison at Minorca had fallen to a Franco-Spanish force. One front was closed, and now the full weight of Allied strength could bear down upon the rock. Their numbers swelled. By spring, 35,000 besiegers gathered outside the fortress, under the command of the French general, Count de Crillon. Alongside him stood the gifted engineer Darkin, a man of invention and ambition. Their plan was daring. From the waters of the bay, they would bring destruction to Gibraltar's western face using ships as floating artillery platforms. 10 old hulks were transformed into battering ships, each carrying heavy guns and protected by ingenious defenses. Rope netting and wet hides shielded their sloped roofs. Layers of sand and cork lined their hulls. Pumps and pipes were installed to extinguish flames. Darkin, ironically, had devised a system to protect his ships from arson. Construction began in May. Meanwhile, the Spanish bombardment continued. On June 11th, a lucky mortar struck a British powder magazine, killing 29 and shaking the town. In July, fresh French vessels arrived and skirmished with the Royal Navy, adding reinforcements to the siege lines. But Elliot refused to yield. On September 8th, the garrison answered with a thunderous reply. Every British gun roared in unison, striking the besiegers with deadly precision. Over 300 Franco-Spanish soldiers were killed or wounded. The enemy returned fire from land and sea, their warships joining the assault. In the midst of it all, the British gunners employed a fiery weapon, red-hot shot. These superheated cannonballs, drawn from roaring furnaces, could set wooden ships ablaze. They would soon prove their worth. On September 13th, the climactic attack began. The battering ships were towed into place, lined up like sentinels across the bay. 5 of them, hindered by shallow sandbanks, could not advance. But the remaining 5 surged forward, and as the sun rose, they unleashed their fury. Round after round crashed into Gibraltar's walls. For a time, Darkin's defenses held. The British shot bounced off, their efforts appearing in vain. But by midday, the tide began to turn. Red-hot shot was fired in wheelbarrow loads, smoldering as it arced through the air. At first, the flames were contained. Then, slowly, they spread. Hidden deep within the wooden hulls, the fire took hold. By evening, the leading vessels Tala, Pedra, and Pastoro were ablaze. One by one, their companions followed. By midnight, all 5 lead ships had been consumed or exploded in catastrophic bursts of flame. The remaining ships were abandoned and set alight by their own crews. The land assault planned for the next morning never came. General de Crillon, robbed of his artillery advantage, cancelled the attack. The rock had held. 2 weeks after the thunder of failed assault had rolled away from the Rock of Gibraltar, a ship emerged on the horizon bearing promise. A Royal Navy frigate arrived bearing the gladdest of tidings for General Elliot. Admiral Richard Haugrizold, seasoned, relentless, was en route, commanding a mighty relief convoy bound for the beleaguered fortress. In his care were 42 warships and 31 merchant vessels, all carrying food, ammunition, and fresh strength for the garrison that had endured so long. By October 11th, 1782, sails were spotted far off in the sea mist. Howe's fleet had arrived, but the elements, ever unpredictable, had their own designs. A hard gale blew in from the west, forcing the convoy eastward. Though so close to salvation, they were swept away by wind and wave. The Franco-Spanish fleet under Admiral Luis Day gave pursuit into the Mediterranean. Yet Admiral Howe, master of naval maneuver, slipped from their grasp. On October 17th, the British ships finally anchored safely in the Bay of Gibraltar, just in time. Cargo was swiftly unloaded, food and supplies poured ashore, and with them came 1,600 fresh troops. Gibraltar breathed easier, returned 2 days later, too late to stop the relief. Howe weighed anchor and sailed home, gave chase again. A skirmish flared to the west of Gibraltar. Shot rang out over open water, but again Howe escaped, weathered perhaps, but unbeaten. Still, the Spanish would not go quietly. On October 23rd, under the velvet curtain of night, their gunboats crept into the bay and sank the British cutter Hector. And then, quiet, the great siege that had raged with fury began to slow. Spanish guns fell mostly silent. Movements in the enemy camp suggested a slow departure. Commander de Crillon, the Frenchman leading the siege, had had his fill. Years of shelling and starvation had achieved little. The cost of continuing seemed far too high, and thus, for him, the great siege of Gibraltar had effectively ended. Yet even as Spanish efforts faded in Europe, their ambitions stirred in distant waters. Across the ocean, the Caribbean theater simmered. From New Orleans, Spanish forces launched a campaign to retake Florida. Wary of a British strike on Cuba or Central America, Spanish defenses tightened across the islands. The stakes were high, and every harbor watched the horizon. Meanwhile, French ambitions also surged on the sea. The humiliation of the 7 Years' War had taught them bitter lessons. In the years since, France had rebuilt its navy, faster and stronger than before. Ships were redesigned for better speed and easier repairs. New rigging and lighter masts made them more agile. Though still outnumbered by the Royal Navy, the French fleet had become a formidable foe once again. Yet one truth lingered. Experience could not be rebuilt as swiftly as hulls. Many sailors were green, many officers pulled from the army and still unfamiliar with the sea. Nonetheless, French plans took shape. At Brest, the French fleet would lure the British into the English Channel. Should an opening present itself, a great army 40,000 men strong stood ready in northern France, prepared to cross the Channel and invade England. If no such chance arose, then the plan remained to keep Britain's home fleet occupied, allowing French ships to strike more freely elsewhere. The Mediterranean, the coasts of Africa, India, and the West Indies. To the Americans, these distant maneuvers were of deep interest. The young Continental Navy had tried to draw British resources away by launching raids. Some had succeeded, most famously John Paul Jones and his daring strikes upon British shores, but none had changed the war's course. It was the French entry into the war that truly shook the Royal Navy. Britain's naval commitments had stretched to the breaking point. Supplying, protecting, and reinforcing the army in America required almost every seaworthy ship. Many squadrons elsewhere were left under strength, barely able to patrol their waters. Worse still was the rot of complacency. After their long dominance at sea, British admirals had grown confident, perhaps too much so. Ships were aged, many over 20 years old. New construction had languished. While British crews remained skilled and aggressive, their vessels were relics of past wars. Seeing the danger, Lord Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, sounded the alarm. He proposed withdrawing the Royal Navy from American waters, refocusing instead on defending Europe. There were too few ships left to guard the English Channel and blockade France effectively. The plan was pragmatic: reinforce the Caribbean, maintain only the minimum necessary fleet at New York. The rest should return home. Prime Minister Lord North, however, hesitated. He approved some of the redeployments, but resisted the full withdrawal. North had not abandoned hopes of retaking the rebellious colonies. His vision merely shifted. Where the northern colonies had proven stubborn and hard to conquer, the southern colonies appeared softer. They were sparsely defended and thinly populated. Better yet, they were seen as strongholds of loyalist sentiment, particularly among wealthy plantation owners whose ties to Britain ran deep. If the South could be reclaimed, perhaps the war might still turn. Thus, a new strategy formed in London. During the winter of 1777 to 1778, Lord North instructed George Germain, Secretary of State for the Colonies, to halt further offensives in the north. British forces were to withdraw toward the Atlantic coast and the Quebec border. Some 8,000 soldiers were reassigned from the American front to the Caribbean. The implication was clear. London was quietly preparing for the reality that America might win its independence. The only question remaining was how much land it would claim. And yet, in early 1778, North also tried one final gambit. A peace commission was formed, led by the Earl of Carlisle, its mission to offer reconciliation. Congress would be asked to return to the empire in exchange for broad autonomy similar to the Dominion status that Canada and others would later receive. Years earlier, such an offer might have swayed them, but not now. The war had hardened hearts. When the offer arrived, Congress rejected it outright. Independence was now the only future they would accept, and perhaps that was the very outcome Lord North intended. For he had not informed the commissioners that British forces had already begun their quiet retreat from Philadelphia a month earlier. The illusion of good faith was broken. The commissioners, humiliated, wondered aloud whether they had been sent on a political ruse. Historians still ask the same. Across the Atlantic, internal drama swirled within the American command. Though Washington remained the figurehead of the revolution, many in Congress had grown impatient. His cautious Fabian tactics had yielded few decisive victories. Meanwhile, General Horatio Gates basked in glory after Saratoga's triumph. A whisper campaign began, led in part by Inspector General Thomas Conway. A faction coalesced to replace Washington with Gates. Letters were exchanged. Plots were whispered in corridors. Washington, ever the stoic, refused to engage directly. He let his allies speak for him. Slowly, the conspiracy unraveled. A subordinate revealed Gates' private criticisms. When confronted, Gates tried to distance himself, blaming Conway and seeking forgiveness. Conway, disgraced, resigned in April 1778. The immediate threat to Washington faded, but criticism lingered. All the while, the Continental Army suffered. The winter of 1777 to 1778 was cruel. At Valley Forge, soldiers huddled in snow-covered cabins. Supplies ran thin. Blankets and boots were scarce. Frostbite and disease crept through the ranks. Over 1,000 men died from exposure. Martha Washington herself organized relief. Army wives sewed and knitted wool socks, gloves, and coats. Their efforts brought some comfort, but the need remained overwhelming. And then came a strange figure from across the sea. On February 23, 1778, a man arrived who called himself Baron von Steuben. Though his noble title was inflated and his past somewhat fictionalized, he brought something real: skill. A veteran of the Prussian army, he knew the art of discipline and drill. Washington welcomed him eagerly. Von Steuben began with a small model company of 120 soldiers, drawn from every regiment. He drilled them relentlessly. Bayonets were sharpened, muskets cleaned, movements were practiced over and over. These men, in turn, trained their own regiments. By June, something remarkable had taken root. The army had changed. No longer a ragtag collection of militias and volunteers, it was beginning to resemble a proper European fighting force, disciplined, organized, and proud. And as America found strength, the British command was unraveling. General William Howe, who had taken Philadelphia but failed to support Burgoyne, resigned in October 1777. He cited lack of support and bitter criticism. London delayed accepting his resignation until April, when Sir Henry Clinton took command, much to his own displeasure. Clinton had long opposed the war's direction. He believed the moment to crush the rebellion had passed in 1776. His vision was one of retrenchment. Withdraw to defensible borders, ally with loyalists and Native American tribes, and preserve what could be saved, particularly Canada. But such caution was unwelcome in London. Clinton's orders were clear: evacuate Philadelphia and prepare for the coming campaign in the South. Washington saw an opportunity. He hoped to draw Clinton into open battle to restore the battered reputation of the Continental Army. Yet, when news arrived of the French alliance, his officers urged restraint. Better to wait for reinforcements from across the sea. So Washington sent his New Jersey brigades to monitor the British retreat. Skirmishes flared. Supply lines were raided. Eyes remained fixed on every movement. Clinton, following orders, marched for the Delaware River. His goal, to reach New York swiftly by sea. But the journey would not be without conflict, and soon the fields would see battle again. The war shifted, not with the sound of cannon or clash of bayonet, but with the creak of wagons and the shuffle of weary feet. General Clinton, hampered by a naval redeployment, found himself with only enough transports to ferry half his army. So he resolved to march overland instead, sending the Loyalist civilians and ponderous artillery northward by sea to Howard, New York. But the plan did not remain secret for long. Clinton was moving, and moving fast. By June 17th, Washington had confirmation. The British had begun evacuating Philadelphia. The next day, the withdrawal was complete. Washington summoned his generals to council. Washington, ever the measured hand, chose a middle path. He would shadow Clinton's column, traveling a parallel route, close enough to strike should the British falter, yet distant enough to remain out of reach. New Jersey's militia, bolstered by Daniel Morgan's deadly riflemen, was set loose to make Clinton's march as miserable as possible. On June 24th, reports filtered in Clinton was slowing, not from skirmishes or terrain, but perhaps to lure Washington into a trap. Another council convened. Again, most generals opposed a pitched battle, but voices rose in favor of a limited engagement. One aimed at the British rearguard, seeking to redeem past defeats and stir new confidence. Washington agreed. Lafayette, ever eager, was sent forward. Yet he rushed ahead of his supplies and reinforcements, nearly engaging the entire British army before Washington, alarmed, recalled him. Washington issued broad orders: attack the British rear if the opportunity arose. But he gave no detailed plan after all. He could not know when or where the moment might come. Lee, cautious and calculating, chose to wait. He hoped the British line would stretch thin in the summer heat, giving him a chance to strike isolated stragglers. As Clinton's troops moved out from their camp near Monmouth Courthouse on June 28, he left the Queen's Rangers, a loyalist unit, to screen his rear. At 8 o'clock that morning, the first shots rang out. Militia scouts clashed with the Rangers. Lee's men arrived in time to watch the Loyalists retreat, and then paused, waiting for their full force to assemble. Only then did they cross the bridges and pursue. The plan was to envelop the rear guard near Monmouth, believed to be only 2,000 strong. The British began withdrawing northeast as Lee and Lafayette pushed forward along the Middletown Road. But in a crucial misstep, Lee failed to coordinate with his other officers or keep in contact with them. The result was confusion. When British reinforcements suddenly arrived, those separated columns, lacking orders, pulled back to defensive lines in the woods. When his staff reported they'd lost contact with their allies, Lee knew the plan had unraveled. Clinton, upon hearing of the engagement, sent Cornwallis back with a strong force, not just to rescue the rear, but to crush the Continental advance. Realizing he'd overextended, Lee ordered a retreat westward. It was a chaotic withdrawal, saved only by the frantic efforts of staff officers reassembling lost units. When British artillery began to move onto a rise overlooking the Kerr House, Lee panicked and pulled back further across the Spotswood Middle Bridge, now in control only of those men within his immediate sight. Washington, unaware of the unfolding drama, was not rushing his main army's approach. But soon, stragglers began appearing, then whole units, men retreating without orders, without bearings. Alarmed, he rode forward and found Lee struggling to piece together a defense. What followed was a furious confrontation. Washington, seeing the disarray and sensing a lost opportunity, rebuked Lee on the field and then rode off to take command himself. Cornwallis and Clinton were advancing now with elite grenadiers and guards, but the Continentals held their ground, retreating in good order to Perrine's Hill, where they regrouped and repelled wave after wave of assault. A brutal artillery duel followed 2 hours of thunder in the punishing June heat. More men collapsed from sunstroke than from shot. Among the fallen was William Hayes, and when he could no longer stand, his wife Mary took his place at the cannon, loading and firing without pause. From this moment, legend would remember her as Molly Pitcher. Washington, sensing an opening, pushed his men forward. The British fell back, but misunderstanding Clinton's phased retreat orders, the entire line began to collapse. Rearguard action slowed the Continental pursuit, but could not stop it before nightfall. Washington intended to resume the fight the next day. But Clinton slipped away under the cover of darkness, reaching Sandy Hook and re-embarking to New York by July 6th. Tactically, the Battle of Monmouth was inconclusive. Clinton's retreat had succeeded. The British goal to move to New York was accomplished, yet the cost had been high. While official numbers were murky, with Clinton understating his losses, historians estimate the British suffered up to 1,100 casualties, while the Continental Army lost around 500. Strategically, however, Monmouth was a triumph for the Americans. It marked the first time Washington's reorganized army stood toe-to-toe with British regulars and held the field, and it signaled a turning point in Washington's leadership. Lee, humiliated, would face court-martial. Washington, unchallenged, began constructing a ring of defenses to hold Clinton in place. At its heart stood West Point, a fortress carved into the cliffs by the brilliant Tadeusz Kosciuszko. Even as the battle cooled in the north, new winds stirred from across the sea. Back in April, the French fleet under Comte d'Estaing had departed, 4 American Welsh ships of the line and 4,000 troops, their mission delayed by miscommunications and Atlantic storms. On July 11th, d'Estaing arrived off Sandy Hook, just too late to catch Clinton. Unwilling to risk his ships on the sandbars of New York Harbor, d'Estaing turned his attention to Newport, Rhode Island. Captured in 1776, Newport had served as a base for British raids into New England. With Clinton contained and French aid in hand, Washington sent reinforcements under Greene and Lafayette to join General John Sullivan in reclaiming the town. D'Estaing sailed from New York on July 22nd, pursued by Admiral Howe, reaching Rhode Island by the 29th. Plans were laid. The French would land troops, blockade the harbor, and aid Sullivan's siege. But on August 9th, Howe arrived, forcing d'Estaing to re-embark his men and challenge the British fleet. A sudden storm, however, scattered both squadrons. D'Estaing's fleet regrouped only by August 20th and withdrew to Boston for repairs. Sullivan remained, hoping for French support that would never return. On August 28th, with no hope of success, he began to withdraw. The British attacked, but were repelled in bitter fighting. Thus ended the Battle of Rhode Island, the last major engagement in the North. By October 1779, the British would abandon Newport entirely, shifting focus to the south. Yet, while the North quieted, the West burned. The American frontier had always been a place of peril, but the Revolution inflamed those dangers. At first, both sides hesitated to draw native tribes into the war. But by 1777, the British were actively arming allied nations and sending them against American settlements. The response was brutal. Colonists struck back with vengeance, torching villages and retaliating indiscriminately. After Saratoga, British-lined Iroquois factions broke from the Confederation and began launching raids into Pennsylvania and New York. Fort Niagara became their base of operations. Mohawk and Seneca warriors, joined by Loyalist Rangers under John Butler, brought fire and blood to the frontier. The Wyoming and Cherry Valley massacres shocked the colonies. By 1779, these raids had begun to cripple American food supplies. Washington saw no choice. The frontier had to be pacified, but the raiders melted into the wilderness, and chasing them down was near impossible. So a new plan was drawn. General John Sullivan, with 3,200 men, would march from eastern Pennsylvania deep into Iroquois territory. A second column would come down the Mohawk River. Together, they would cut off supplies, burn villages, and break the Iroquois resistance. It was a scorched earth campaign, unlike anything yet seen in the war. Over 40 Seneca villages were destroyed. Thousands of native people were displaced. Fort Niagara was never taken, but the message was clear: the frontier, too, would be brought to heel. Though the Iroquois homeland had been left scorched and broken by Sullivan's march, the campaign's success was incomplete. The tangled wilderness, the endless forests and mountain ridges, and the guerrilla tactics of native war bands all conspired to thwart the intended advance toward the great British post at Fort Niagara. The flames of destruction burned deep into the heart of Iroquois territory. Yet the raids did not cease. The war would whisper through the woods until its very end. To the south, beyond the mountains, Kentucky had been opened to eager settlers by the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1768. Yet that treaty, signed in far-off halls, meant little to the Shawnee, whose ancestral lands had been claimed without consent. From the moment settlers began pouring in, an uneasy struggle simmered, an undeclared war that blurred the line between frontier life and frontier violence. By 1777, British officials stationed at Fort Detroit saw an opportunity. They courted the Shawnee, offering arms, promises, and shared cause to drive the Virginians back across the mountains. It was a brutal, shadowed conflictual bushes on lonely paths, cabins torched under moonlight, families caught in the struggle for contested ground. In Richmond, the newly independent state of Virginia could not ignore the peril. Its governor, Patrick Henry, summoned a force rough, men hardened by wilderness life. About 200 militia rangers, led by a young officer named George Rogers Clark, would set out. Later known as the Long Knives, these men were more than a military unit. They were an idea that American arms could carry liberty westward. Clark did not intend merely to defend. He had a bold plan to seize the Illinois country, once French, now barely held by British agents, and use it as a foothold to threaten Fort Detroit itself. On June 24, 1778, he departed with his men, drifting silently down the Ohio River, cloaked by forest shadows. When they turned north, Fort Sackville, left undefended, fell without bloodshed. The town's French-speaking populace, swayed by word of the new alliance between France and America, pledged loyalty to Virginia. One by one, the other Illinois towns followed, their oaths not of conquest, but of shared dreams. But the British would not sit idle. Hearing of the loss, they dispatched a force from Detroit. Though only 175 strong at first, their ranks swelled with native allies and colonial volunteers as they marched. By August, 500 men approached Vincennes. The French locals, sensing the change in wind, quickly renounced their promises to Clark. Most of the militia drifted away into the countryside, and the British retook the fort, leaving only a small garrison. Yet Clark was undeterred. With just 170 men, he embarked on a winter march from Kaskaskia. The journey was punishing, over frozen plains and through icy rivers. But on February 23, 1779, Clark and his ragged force reached Vincennes. By the 25th, he had reclaimed the fort. Though he could not strike at Detroit itself, Clark's campaign won the Illinois country for the Americans. British ambitions in the West dimmed. The frontier, long, wild, and uncertain, began to tilt toward American hands. Far across the world, another frontier loomed, one of commerce, empire, and fragile peace. In India, the jewel of Britain's imperial crown glimmered uneasily. London's war in America was expensive, and the British Treasury leaned heavily on the East India Company's trade to fund it. As tensions rose with France, London pleaded with the company's governors: avoid disruptions, protect the flow of goods, keep India quiet. On paper, the company agreed. Its board in London was cautious, but the situation in India was anything but stable. Victories in earlier wars, the Third Carnatic War, the conquest of Bengal had made the East India Company a mighty power. Yet its foundation was shaky. A banking crisis in 1772 had rippled across the empire, and the company's finances remained unsteady. Export revenues faltered. Corruption gnawed at its bureaucracies. The cost of administering far-flung territories only grew. The Tea Act, intended in part to stabilize the company's fortunes, had failed spectacularly, igniting the Boston Tea Party and hastening rebellion in America. Meanwhile, rivalries between the company's three presidencies, Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, made cohesive strategy nearly impossible. Some company officers saw conquest as salvation. Expansion promised profits, glory, and an edge over internal rivals. But already, this ambition was leading to disaster. The Bombay presidency had entangled itself in the politics of the Maratha Confederacy, provoking the First Anglo-Maratha War, a grueling conflict that drained men and money. In Calcutta, Governor-General Warren Hastings found himself drawn into supporting Bombay, all while facing a rebellion in Bengal. The Madras army, meanwhile, chafed under orders to remain idle. Its commanders longed for action, for spoils and campaigns. They saw targets in the surviving French trading posts along the coast, relics of a defeated foe. Though the French East India Company had lost its former glory, it still retained modest holdings Pondicherry under strict limitations. They could not fortify, could not raise armies, could not dream of empire, but they had not given up entirely. Instead, they nurtured alliances with Indian powers discontented under British rule. They sold arms, whispered promises, and waited. Foremost among these native powers was Hyder Ali, the ruler of Mysore. 10 years earlier, he had fought the British to a standstill, emerging with a treaty that gave him peace but not partnership. He had hoped for an alliance, perhaps even common cause, against the Marathas, but Calcutta refused. The company agreed only to a defensive pact. Hyder, ever ambitious, interpreted the agreement liberally. In 1770, he reignited hostilities with the Marathas. When the war turned against him, he called on the company to uphold their alliance. Calcutta declined. They were already embroiled with the Marathas elsewhere, and reminded Hyder that the treaty covered defense, not aggression. Humiliated, Hyder turned to the French. He offered protection to their garrison at, and began quietly planning. Southern India became a cauldron. In July 1778, news came that Britain and France were again at war. Madras, now with cause, received orders to seize the remaining French ports. General Hector Monroe moved swiftly, taking Pondicherry in October, and then ignoring Hyder's warnings. It was the excuse Hyder had waited for. In July 1780, alongside his son, Tipu Sultan, he marched on the Carnatic. The Second Anglo-Mysore War had begun. His forces swept aside British outposts and laid siege to Artsot. Though Monroe counterattacked, the conflict would rage for years, drawing in French and British reinforcements, stretching budgets, and weakening imperial arms far from America. Meanwhile, as the war shifted south in America, another issue rose to the surface, one older than the colonies themselves: slavery. Slavery was legal throughout the British Empire, though not in Britain itself. In 1772, the King's Bench ruled in Somerset v. Stuart that slavery could not exist in England without explicit legal foundation, and none had ever been passed. Slavery is so odious, the court wrote, that nothing can be suffered to support it but positive law. The ruling made slavery effectively illegal on British soil, though it remained deeply entrenched in the colonies. In the British Atlantic world, slavery thrived where it made economic sense in the warm plantations of the Caribbean and the American South. There, on vast estates of tobacco, sugar, and rice, the institution of chattel slavery was seen as indispensable. In the North, slavery existed, but in smaller numbers. Urban economies and mercantile industries relied less on unfree labor. Even so, the presence of enslaved people was a constant. Attitudes toward slavery varied. Enlightenment thinkers, religious leaders, especially Quakers, decried the practice as immoral. Many Americans and Britons agreed in principle, yet few called for immediate abolition. Most who opposed slavery advocated for gradual emancipation, often with compensation for slaveholders. George Washington's own views mirrored these contradictions. A man of his time and region, he was born into a slave-holding world. For years, he accepted it without question. But as he aged, Washington came to see slavery as unjust. He spoke against the slave trade and eventually allowed black men both free and enslaved to serve in the Continental Army. Estimates suggest that between 5,000 and 9,000 African Americans served. Yet even as he accepted their service, Washington remained a slave owner. He pursued escaped slaves with vigor and sought to retain his property. This tension ran through both sides of the Revolution. The war spoke of liberty, but lived alongside bondage. Now, as the war moved south into Georgia, the Carolinas, Virginia, the contradiction grew more glaring. The South's entire economy rested on slavery. The Crown's Southern strategy, launched in 1778, would force both sides to confront this truth. There was bitter irony in it. The British had failed in the North, in part because they overestimated Loyalist support. The long years of conflict had driven many Loyalists into silence or exile. New England, once the heart of resistance, had become a furnace that melted away royal hopes. Now, in the South, the Empire would try again, this time, with promises, with bayonets, and with an unspoken question lingering beneath it all. How could a war for freedom be waged where freedom was denied to so many? The Southern colonies, rich in soil and tradition, stood apart when war erupted in the spring of 1775. Their fields were long tended, their towns older than they appeared, and their loyalties at least to British rule ran deep. In the tidewater plantations and the moss-laden halls of the Low Country, ties to the British Crown were not merely symbolic. They were economic, cultural, familial. Many Southern planters had been educated in Britain, married into the aristocracy, and relied on trade with the Caribbean colonies for their sugar, rum, and wealth. The rhythms of life were rooted in customs shaped across the sea. Among the patchwork of backcountry settlements, especially those founded by German and Scots-Irish immigrants, loyalty to the Crown lingered for different reasons. The British had offered protection against religious persecution back home, and from the Cherokee, who lived just beyond the tree line. These settlers, pragmatic and often isolated, saw less reason to join the radical Northern cause. So when shots rang out at Lexington and Concord, the southern colonies hesitated. Georgia, the youngest of the 13, was slowest of all. Its ties to Britain were fresh, its royal governor, James Wright, still in power well into 1776. Only after careful deliberation and much urging did Georgia finally send representatives to the Continental Congress, the last colony to do so. Virginia, meanwhile, was in turmoil. Its royal governor, Lord Dunmore, had no intention of going quietly. First, he tried to starve the rebellion of supplies, handing over weapons stores to the Royal Navy. When that failed, he turned to raising loyalist militias, but the support he'd hoped for never materialized. Desperate, Dunmore issued a bold proclamation. Any enslaved person who escaped their patriot master and joined the British would be granted freedom. Between 800 and 2,000 enslaved people answered the call. Still, it wasn't enough. By January 1776, faced with overwhelming opposition, Dunmore abandoned the mainland and took refuge in the Chesapeake Islands. The Carolinas, too, were divided. Along the coast, patriot sentiment was strong, bolstered by merchants and townsfolk who saw opportunity in independence. But inland, in the rolling back country and forested uplands, loyalist sympathies held sway. It was a land of old grievances and newer fears, where neighbor eyed neighbor with suspicion. In the summer of 1775, those tensions snapped. The conflict known as the Snow Campaign began in the South Carolina backcountry. It was no small skirmish. Thousands of men took up arms. But the Patriots, better organized and led, quickly defeated the Loyalist militias and captured many of their leaders. By January, the rebellion in the interior had been crushed. Yet peace did not come. In 1776, embittered Loyalists joined forces with the Cherokee and launched a fresh assault on the Patriot settlements. Their campaign, fierce and sudden, was met with an equally determined response. The local militias pushed back with unrelenting force, defeating both Cherokee and Loyalist bands. The uprising collapsed. One wonders what might have been had London sent real support to the Loyalists of the South. A colony, perhaps, might have been reclaimed. A foothold might have been won. But the British gaze remained fixed on Massachusetts. The South was left to fend for itself. Georgia saw only skirmishes between local militia and East Florida's garrison. The only British attempt at organized intervention was General Henry Clinton's abortive assault on Charleston in 1776, which failed without glory. By 1778, the Patriot cause in the Carolinas and Georgia was no longer nascent, it was entrenched. Active Loyalist forces had all but vanished, and the remaining few in the backcountry were thinly spread and increasingly disheartened. Then came a turning point, the capture of Savannah by British forces. It seemed, briefly, that momentum had shifted. The Southern Department of the Continental Army, under General Benjamin Lincoln, was stretched thin. His forces were posted along the Carolina frontier, watching the Cherokee and guarding Charleston's approaches. Savannah, distant and suddenly vulnerable, could not be held. With little opposition, British General Archibald Campbell advanced and took Augusta in early 1779. Yet their hold on it was fleeting only weeks later. British troops pulled out, though some Loyalists emerged from hiding to support them. Their numbers were too small to hold the ground without constant protection from British regulars. As soon as the Redcoats marched off, Patriot militias surged back and General Lincoln launched small strikes on British garrisons and patrols, just strong enough to wear them down, but never risking a full confrontation. Governor James Wright returned to Savannah in July, declaring Georgia loyal once more. But beyond the city's limits, the countryside remained hostile. Seeking to tip the balance, British commander Augustine Prevost led an expedition north in April, aiming for Charleston. Militia forces melted away before him, and it seemed the city might fall. But as General Lincoln's army approached, Prevost halted and retreated, winning a minor skirmish at Stono Ferry as he withdrew. The stalemate continued. To break it, Lincoln knew he needed help. Naval help, the kind that could only come from across the sea. France, now America's ally, had already tried to aid the revolution in New England with poor results. Still, the French fleet remained a force to be reckoned with. In the Caribbean, Admiral d'Estaing commanded a powerful squadron, though his orders centered on protecting France's island colonies. He remained open to cooperation. By late August, as the hurricane season loomed, d'Estaing turned northward and sent word to Lincoln. On September 8th, Lincoln began his march. D'Estaing soon arrived with 25 ships of line and 4,000 troops, including 500 free men of color from Saint-Domingue, the island now known as Haiti. French soldiers landed south of Savannah on the 12th, and by the 16th they were on the move. Confident of success, d'Estaing called for the British to surrender. When they requested time to consider, he granted a 24-hour truce. It proved a costly mistake. British reinforcements arrived during the lull, slipping past the disorganized Allied lines. On September 19th, French frigates engaged British vessels in the main channel. The defenders, outmatched, scuttled most of their ships to block the advance. Undeterred, French and American forces began siege works. Cannons were hauled ashore, trenches were dug. On October 3rd, the bombardment began, yet something went awry. For reasons lost to time, the Allies focused their fire not on the defenses, but on the city itself. Buildings crumbled, but the British redoubts held. After days of shelling, it was clear the walls would not fall. Frustrated and fearing disease among his fleet, d'Estaing called a council of war. His officers pleaded with him to avoid a direct assault. Still, he pressed on. The attack would come at dawn, targeting the Spring Hill redoubt, but the British knew it was coming. A deserter warned them. They shifted their defenses. As the morning fog rolled in, Allied troops became disoriented in the swamps and rice fields. When they finally emerged to attack, the British were ready. The Allies reached the trenches, but paid dearly for it. D'Estaing was wounded twice. Count Casimir Pulaski, the daring Polish cavalryman, was mortally wounded, leading a charge. The assault failed. Nearly 900 French and American soldiers were killed or wounded. British casualties were barely 150. D'Estaing, his hopes dashed, withdrew. Lincoln had no choice but to lift the siege and return to Charleston. Savannah, bloodied but unbroken, remained in British hands. Far to the north, in New York, General Henry Clinton received word of the defeat with a mix of surprise and confirmation. He had long doubted the Southern strategy. He had committed few resources to it, preferring to make London prove its faith in the Loyalists. Now, with just 1,000 new Loyalist recruits joining Prevost, his doubts seemed justified. Yet Clinton could not abandon the campaign, London insisted. Still unwilling to sacrifice British troops, Clinton turned to another source of manpower: enslaved people. In June, he issued the Philipsburg Proclamation. It promised freedom to any slave held by the patriots who joined the British cause, and it threatened to sell into slavery. any black person captured aiding the rebels. The move fractured Loyalist support, as many Loyalist-held slaves also fled. Still, it worked. By war's end, over 20,000 enslaved people had fled to British lines in the South. And while Lincoln and Prevost maneuvered in Georgia and the Carolinas, another theater opened along the Gulf. Spain, now entering the war, instructed Governor Bernardo Day of Louisiana to prepare. War would be declared on May 8, 1779, but received his orders early. His mission: protect New Orleans and take as much of British West Florida as he could, but aimed higher. He wanted it all. Keeping Spain's entry secret, he moved quietly. The British, unaware, were planning an offensive of their own. On August 27th, marched Aperver with 520 regulars and 150 militia. Along the way, he gathered more Arcadians, native allies, and settlers, until his force grew to 900. On September 7th, he attacked Fort Butte. The British outpost, long neglected, fell swiftly. 16 men were captured. 6 others fled to warn Baton Rouge, arrived days later, and found it more formidable a redoubt surrounded by a wide moat, housing 550 defenders. The Spanish couldn't place their artillery without exposing themselves, so used guile. He sent his militia into nearby woods to feign attacks. The British opened fire, while their guns thundered at shadows. Men dug trenches and musket pits, creeping ever closer. The siege had begun. As the British clung to their colonial holdings, a different storm was gathering in the subtropical hush of the Gulf Coast, quiet, deliberate, and Spanish. In the still heat of Louisiana, Bernardo Day, the young governor of Spanish Louisiana, had already proven himself more than a mere administrator. With Baton Rouge and Natchez now in Spanish hands, his victories had carved a corridor down the Mississippi, but was not finished. The fire in his mind burned westward, toward the crumbling redoubts of British West Florida. British artillery had scarcely realized the nature of the threat before it was already unfolding. Tactics were swift and surgical. His musketeers kept up a constant harassing fire, pressing the British back behind their fortifications, while Spanish cannons were dragged into position. Then, on the 21st of September, brought out the heavy mortar. The shells rose in languid arcs and crashed down in ruinous fury. Soon the British garrison, shaken within their earthen bastion, surrendered. But ambitions extended beyond the smoking rubble. The surrendering commander, as it happened, was the ranking British officer in all of Lower Louisiana. Used the opportunity to secure an even greater prize. He forced the capitulation of Fort Penmore, nestled high on the bluffs of what we now call Natchez. Without firing a shot there, the Mississippi River, lifeline of the interior, passed firmly into Spanish control. These were victories, won as much with cunning as cannon. Fort Penmore, towering over cliffs, would have been nearly unassailable in a direct assault, but understood that war need not always be won by siege. Sometimes surrender is a quieter sort of triumph. With his objectives secured, dismissed his local militia, left behind a lean force of 50 regulars to hold the newly won forts, and returned to New Orleans. There, Spanish and American privateers prowled the muddy waters, intercepting British supply ships bound for Baton Rouge. The Mississippi, once a British artery, now flowed under Spanish watch, was celebrated upon his return. Promotions followed. He was now brigadier general, but peace was not his ambition. He had asked for reinforcements from Havana months earlier, But the Spanish viceroy had other concerns. Cuba, the prized jewel of the Caribbean, seemed forever under threat, and Havana's garrison remained home. So once again turned to his own means. He raised a new army, 700 men, for his next march eastward into West Florida. There, at Pensacola, the British were stirring. Scouts and privateers whispered of preparations underway. The British were building. They would come for New Orleans soon enough. So on the first day of 1780, dispatched a lieutenant to Havana with one final appeal for aid. Then, on the 11th, he sailed east with 750 soldiers aboard, joining his trusted privateer, William Pickles, aboard the Galvestown by January 20th, when a storm battered the fleet on February 6th. It seemed the expedition might be scattered, but by February 9th, every ship arrived safely at Mobile Point, securing the entrance to the bay. There they found the British braced and ready. Fort Charlotte, on the outskirts of Mobile, had been strengthened under Captain Elias Durnford. The garrison numbered 300, and throughout 1779 they had poured sweat and labor into returning the neglected fort to service. When VEZ arrived, he hesitated. The works were strong. But on February 20th, reinforcements, 450 men from Havana, brought him fresh momentum. With these, he landed at the mouth of the Dog River and began his overland siege. On March 1st, he requested the fort's surrender. Durnford, polite but unyielding, declined. For 2 weeks, cannon fire shook the swamps. Between bombardments, the two commanders exchanged letters, more civil than friendly. Wondered aloud why Durnford had burned so much of the town to deny it to the Spanish, even though the Spanish had not intended to use the buildings. Durnford, in turn, questioned why had failed to take the high ground north of the fort, where the siege might have been more effective. The war of words continued, a gentleman's fencing match amidst the thunder of guns. Relief might have come from Pensacola, where the British garrison had begun marching to Mobile's aid, but the rivers and swamps between them proved too much. The rescuers floundered in the mire, never coming close. On March 13th, Spanish artillery opened a breach in Fort Charlotte's walls. Durnford surrendered the next day, was eager to press on to Pensacola. The British failure to relieve Mobile had left them exposed, disorganized, but Pensacola's defenses were stronger, its harbor guarded by heavy guns. Needed ships, bigger ones, but none arrived. Then, in April, a British fleet entered the Gulf, reinforcing Pensacola. The window closed. With the moment lost, left a garrison in Mobile and returned once more to Havana. There, he resolved to raise the entire invasion force himself. It took months, but by October, 64 ships stood ready. Then came disaster. A hurricane struck the Gulf with fury unimaginable. Of the 4 Ling soldiers had gathered, 0 perished in the tempest. Ships were dashed, lives lost, plans shattered. The survivors limped back to Havana. The invasion would have to wait. Meanwhile, in Georgia and the Carolinas, the winds of war were shifting again. After the failed Franco-American siege of Savannah, British commander Sir Henry Clinton reconsidered the South. The region seemed vulnerable, its defenses thin, its loyalties divided. More than that, it offered a way to sever the lifeline of the rebellion. Charleston, the crown jewel of the South. Charleston had become the most vital American port in the region. It housed the Continental Navy's Southern Fleet and carried the exports that fueled the Congressional war chest. If it fell, the revolution in the South would be starved of funds arms, and hope. So Clinton acted. On December 26th, he sailed from New York with 14 warships and 8,000 soldiers. The voyage was slow and rough. Winter storms battered the fleet all the way south. Only on February 1st did they reach Tybee Island off Georgia's coast. A week later, the rest of the ships limped into port, and supplies were gathered. The Americans knew the storm was coming. General Benjamin Lincoln, commander of the Southern Department, had about 5,000 men listed under his command in Charleston, but many were old, sick, or unfit for battle. In truth, he had only 1,500 effective regulars, bolstered by 2,500 militia and a handful of naval vessels to frigates and 6 smaller ships. Expecting another seaborne assault, Lincoln strengthened the coastal Forts Moultrie and Johnson, but the landward defenses were neglected, and that would be his undoing. Clinton had no intention of repeating past mistakes. He landed instead on Simmons Island, 30 miles south of Charleston, then moved cautiously forward, building supply depots along the way. By March 20th, the British fleet had arrived outside the harbor. 6 frigates slipped past the ineffective cannons of the American forts and entered the bay. The Continental Navy, outmatched, scuttled their ships in the Cooper River to block the British. It was a desperate act of defiance. On March 29th, Clinton's army crossed the Ashley River and surrounded the city. The siege began. Lincoln had failed to prepare the city's inland defenses. Clinton's men approached within 800 yards before being challenged. The last hope of escape lay across the Cooper River. Clinton sent his feared cavalry, Banastre Tarleton's British Legion, to close the trap. On April 14th, Tarleton's men struck Monk's Corner, routing the militia with ruthless speed. Only 3 of his own men were wounded. 100 Americans were killed or captured. On May 6th, he repeated the performance at Leonard's Ferry, completing the encirclement. By late April, Lincoln knew the end was near. He asked for surrender terms that would let his army march out under the honors of war. Clinton refused. The siege dragged on until May 12th, when British artillery set Charleston aflame. Lincoln capitulated. It was the most devastating American loss of the war. The entire Southern Department of the Continental Army had been wiped from the map. In the wake of the surrender, scattered remnants, 500 men from distant outposts, or newly arrived reinforcements tempted to flee north. Clinton sent Tarleton once more to finish the job. Tarleton and 270 men overtook them in the Wax. On May 28th, too exhausted to fight, Tarleton's column waited. The next day, he demanded the Americans surrender. His flag of truce was little more than a stalling tactic. The American colonel refused, seeing through the bluff. But when the attack came, his men were unprepared. They managed a single volley before Tarleton's cavalry slammed into them. What followed became legend. Some claimed the Americans tried to surrender, only to be massacred. Tarleton insisted he never saw a white flag, having been pinned beneath his dead horse. Believing him slain, his men took brutal revenge. Over 300 Americans fell. British losses were just 17. The event came to be known as the Waxhaws Massacre, and from it grew a grim mythos. Tarleton earned a nickname that would echo through the South bloody ban. Clinton, now satisfied, returned to New York in June, leaving Lord Cornwallis to command in the South. His orders were clear: pacify Georgia and South Carolina, then march into North Carolina. Cornwallis spread his troops across the interior while remaining in Charleston. But in the north, General Washington had not been idle. Into the south, he sent the best of his infantry, the seasoned Maryland and Delaware lions under Horatio Gates. The war in the South was far from over. The tattered remnants of the American army gathered at Buffalo Ford, a place of crossing and memory, and on the 27th of July, General Gates, ever bold, ordered his weary 1,500 to march directly toward Camden, South Carolina. It was a decision made in haste, and it would be his first grave mistake. The land ahead was sparse, stripped of settlements and forage. Hunger marched alongside the soldiers, yet the army grew. Reinforcements from Virginia and North Carolina joined them, swelling their ranks to 4,000 souls. But Gates, perhaps too proud or too blind, made another misjudgment. He brought with him only a token cavalry force and turned away offers of mounted militia. Worse still, he sent away part of his regular troops to plunder British supplies. With few scouts and fewer eyes, his army was near blind. Gates spoke of defense, of holding ground north of Camden to compel the British garrison, 1,000 men strong, to retreat. He spoke calmly, but the plan faltered before it began. Cornwallis, hearing of the American movement on the 9th of August, marched out from Charleston with 1,100 men to meet the threat. Two armies now moved closer, aware of each other's presence, yet unsure of their precise locations. On the evening of August 15th, both commanders set their men to march under the cover of darkness, seeking advantageous ground. And at 2 in the morning on the 16th, by fate or folly, their vanguards collided in the moonlight. There was surprise, a moment of confusion, and then both armies paused, choosing to wait for the light of day. When the sun crept over the fields, the soldiers formed their lines in keeping with custom. The strongest troops stood at the right, the greenest on the left, and a small reserve held back. But here came Gates' greatest error. His raw Virginia and North Carolina militia now faced the finest of Cornwallis's redcoats. Gates himself lingered far behind, nestled among the reserves, too distant to see the battle unfold. It would be his undoing. The British advanced with steel drawn, their bayonets gleamed. The Virginia militia, never tested in fire, fled before a single volley. A letter would later lament, "Picture it as bad as you possibly can, and it will not be as bad as it really is." Their flight unmoored the North Carolinians, and they too turned and ran, save for those anchored near the Delaware line. In contrast, the Continental regulars stood firm. Twice they repelled British charges, then pressed forward with a counterattack that nearly broke the enemy's left. But Cornwallis, resolute and unflinching, rallied his line in person. Then the British right surged, while Tarleton swept in from behind to strike the Continentals' exposed rear. General Gates, seeing all was lost, abandoned his army. He rode hard and far 180 miles in just 3 days, leaving behind his men. Those trapped in the cauldron of battle scattered into the swamps, and only a few found their way to safety. Camden had ended in catastrophe. Another American army destroyed. Cornwallis now stood unopposed, and resistance in the region collapsed. Continental forces slipped away into North Carolina. The militia vanished. Only one unit remained: Colonel Francis Marion and his elusive band of swamp fighters. From the tangled Carolina wetlands, Marion struck British convoys with ghostly precision, always slipping away before reprisal. His cunning earned him a legend's name, the Swamp Fox. Thanks to him, Williamsburg County, stayed in Patriot hands, even as the rest of South Carolina's coastal tidewater and interior Piedmont fell into British control. With the lowlands secured, Cornwallis turned northward, setting his gaze upon North Carolina. But the mountainous backcountry still lay wild and uncertain. To tame it, he dispatched Major Patrick Ferguson in May, leading Loyalist militias into the hills of Lincoln County. His orders, to crush any remaining rebels and rally Loyalist settlers to secure the frontier. But this stirred the over-mountain men. These frontiersmen, fiercely independent, mostly Scotch-Irish, had thus far fought only the Cherokee and Shawnee. Yet now, with their lands threatened, they turned their attention eastward. On August 18th, a force of just 200 over-mountain militia ambushed a British-led force of 500 at Musgrove Mill, forcing them to retreat. Ferguson gave chase, but the militia slipped back over the Blue Ridge to Sycamore Shoals. There, they were joined by more over-mountain men and 400 Virginia militia. 900 now gathered with a singular aim: to confront Ferguson. The British major had ceased pursuit by mid-September and camped at Shilbert Town, hoping to rally local Loyalists. But when news reached him of the Patriot host, he chose to retreat toward Charlotte, where Cornwallis waited. Yet Ferguson lingered too long. He paused atop Kings Mountain in South Carolina and, confident in his position, sent word for reinforcements. It was a fatal delay. Through the cold night of October 6th, the Patriot militia marched. By mid-afternoon on the 7th. They reached Kings Mountain. Ferguson had not fortified his camp. Unaware of the enemy's nearness, his men were caught unprepared. The Patriots quickly surrounded the mountain and began their assault. Ferguson rallied his Loyalists and charged with bayonets, but the Americans melted back into trees and rocks, only to rise and fire once more. 3 times the Loyalists surged, and 3 times they were thrown back. The Patriots, firing from cover and elevation, held the upper hand. After an hour, the Loyalists began to falter. In a final, desperate charge, Ferguson tried to break through the circle, but was shot down in the attempt. Leaderless, many of his men began to surrender, only to face vengeance. The cry rose, "Give Tarleton's quarter," a brutal call to show no mercy, as Tarleton's men once had. Only the firm hands of Patriot officers prevented slaughter. Kings Mountain was unlike any other battle of the war. Americans against Americans. Ferguson alone had been British. His defeat shattered the Loyalist cause in the backcountry and forced Cornwallis to retreat to Charleston. The year had begun in British triumph, but it ended in bitter disappointment. Despite Cornwallis's battlefield successes, the revolution burned on. Britain could not break its will. Worse news followed from abroad. In India, the French and their ally, the Kingdom of Mysore, challenged the supremacy of the East India Company. In the Caribbean, France was gaining ground. Sugar Islands changed hands. An attempt to recapture Martinique ended not in defeat, but in disaster. The Great Hurricane of 1780, this monstrous storm, the deadliest in the recorded history of the Western Hemisphere, struck like the wrath of nature itself. 15 British warships were lost to the sea. 7 more were Barbados was laid bare, no tree, no building left upright. Heavy cannons hurled through the air like leaves. Only 1 French frigate was sunk. To the west, the Spanish under Governor Bernardo Day had seized Baton Rouge, Natchez, and Mobile. Pensacola stood, but barely. It had only been spared by another hurricane. Gibraltar still held, but the great siege dragged on. Back in London, Lord North's ministry teetered. Even before France's entry, the war had strained the government. Now, with defeat and disaster mounting, opposition calls for peace grew louder. North and George Germain turned their hopes to Cornwallis, the lone general who'd seen victories in 1780. They begged for more to save the ministry, to save the war. But France, too, felt the weight of war. Though gaining ground, the conflict was draining its lifeblood. The crown's coffers were nearly empty. Louis XVI borrowed endlessly, and the currency trembled. France spent more on American liberty than its own. Versailles quietly resolved to act. If America's freedom would be won, it would be done swiftly and on French terms. Orders were sent: aid the Continental Army when convenient, but commit only when strategically sound. The Caribbean, with its wealth, remained the greater prize. By 1781, the French had seized Dominica, Tobago, Grenada, and St. Vincent, losing only St. Lucia. But victories in the Caribbean were fleeting, as every European empire knew. These islands, rich in sugar but poor in grain, depended on imported food. A blockade could starve them in days. To garrison them all was impossible. Instead, each power held the largest island in a chain and used it to command the smaller ones. Geography ruled war in the Lesser Antilles. Most islands had but a single harbor, a solitary town clinging to shore. Broad beaches made landings easy. So defenders fortified those lone ports inland and by sea, and thus the great powers danced their careful steps across continents and oceans, in war's long and winding waltz. As twilight fell over the battered lands of the southern colonies, war had taken on a quieter but no less deadly rhythm. No longer did armies meet on open plains with the pomp of ceremony. Now, conflict crept through backwoods and crossed swollen rivers, carried by weary men and uncertain commands. Campaigns were shaped less by honor and more by hunger, disease, and the soft whisper of the tide. The prevailing strategy was simple in form, but devastating in practice. Land an overwhelming force near the enemy's stronghold, besiege their fortifications from the rear, and let the navy weave its blockade offshore. The defenders, sensing no hope of immediate rescue by sea, often laid down their arms without a shot fired. Even when reinforcements appeared on the horizon, they had to do more than simply show up. Unless they could drive off the enemy fleet and break the blockade, the outcome on land remained unchanged. In such a world, the side that commanded the seas could dictate the shape and scale of the entire campaign. But this power came with peril. Navies were not easily rebuilt. A single naval defeat, one brutal, decisive engagement, could reduce months of dominance to ash. Ships, after all, were not mere tools of war. They were floating cities, lovingly constructed and woefully irreplaceable. The French, thus far, held sway over the waves, but their command relied on careful evasion as much as strength. Their admirals were under strict orders: engage only when the odds were clear, retreat when the skies turned dark, and never offer the British a trap. This caution preserved their strength, but it also limited their choices. On land, the year 1780 had proven an uneven path for George Washington and his Continental Army. That summer, they had finally boxed Clinton into New York, thwarting his attempts to escape. But the triumph was tempered by tragedy. In September, the betrayal of Benedict Arnold cast a long, dark shadow and open wound across the Patriot cause. And far to the south, disaster followed disaster. The American campaign collapsed in Georgia and the Carolinas, culminating in General Horatio Gates' shameful rout at Camden. Yet even this misfortune bore fruit. Gates' fall gave Washington the chance he had long sought to remove a vain and unbending officer and silence the faction in Congress still clinging to dreams of grand decisive battles. In Gates' place, Washington appointed the man he trusted most, Nathanael Greene. With him, he sent Colonel Light Horse Harry Lee and recalled Daniel Morgan, a frontier warrior who had once hoped to retire in peace. Both were men shaped by rugged lands and tougher times. The tangled forests and muddy backroads of the Carolinas would be their element. Washington gave Greene two commands. The first, preserve your army. The second, defeat Cornwallis. Greene assumed command of the Southern Department in October. He had little to show for it, just 1,500 men, fewer than 1,000 of whom were seasoned regulars. He moved southward slowly, gathering what he could as he went, resupplying on the march. With Cornwallis withdrawing, Greene seized Charlotte, rallying support and planting the seeds of a long campaign. Morgan joined him on December 3rd. Together, they began shaping a trap. In the Carolina backcountry, Cornwallis found himself besieged not by force of arms, but by scarcity. His army, already worn from months in the field, dwindled by desertion, hunger, and illness. Supplies were stretched thin, reinforcements non-existent. His long, fragile supply lines were constantly harassed by scattered bands of militia, who knew the land far better than his soldiers ever could. And far to the north, General Clinton gave him orders, without answers. Seize the South, he said. How was left unstated. Clinton himself was distracted, embroiled in a bitter struggle with Vice Admiral Marriott Arbuthnot over the conduct of the war. Their rivalry paralyzed British strategy. They needed each other but refused to cooperate. In the end, Clinton surrendered the coming year's decisions to Cornwallis, and so Cornwallis resolved to act. He would invade North Carolina as soon as possible. Greene saw the folly in open battle. Instead, he and his officers devised a more subtle plan, one that would bleed the British dry. Not in fields of glory, but through 1,000 small cuts. He would stretch Cornwallis across the wilderness, divide his forces, starve them of supplies, and make them chase shadows. To begin, Greene sent Lee to join Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox, whose guerrilla fighters had harried the British for months. Their target, the vulnerable supply lines feeding Cornwallis forces. This might lure Banastre Tarleton's British Legion away from the main army. At the same time, Morgan took 400 regulars and 200 seasoned militia westward, toward the upper reaches of the Catawba River. His mission was to rally the locals, collect food and fodder, and remind the region that the revolution still lived. Cornwallis soon caught wind of Morgan's movement. His spies, always prone to rumor and haste, reported that Morgan might be heading for the outpost at 96. Alarmed, Cornwallis dispatched Tarleton to protect it. When Tarleton arrived and found no threat, it was a decision that would doom him. Morgan, knowing he was pursued, devised his counterstroke. He withdrew across the broad river and positioned his forces just past a pasture known locally as Hannah S. Cowpens. It was January 16th. Tarleton's men, having marched for days on little food and less rest, were ragged and impatient. They would arrive at dawn, worn thin and spoiling for a fight. Morgan arranged his defense with quiet brilliance. He placed his army between the Broad and Pacolet rivers, cutting off any hope of retreat. It would be victory or death. His men knew it. The core of his force, the Continental regulars, held a low rise bordered by a ravine and a creek. In front of them stood the militia, ordered to fire 2 volleys and then withdraw into the woods. And at the very front, Morgan placed sharpshooters, men chosen to provoke and infuriate the enemy. Their job was not to win, but to tempt Tarleton into a rash charge. In the chill before dawn on January 17th, Tarleton roused his 1,150 troops for yet another forced march. They were hungry, exhausted, but still driven by their commander's confidence. He had won every engagement he led with bold cavalry charges, and he expected no different here. By sunrise, they emerged from the trees and formed for battle. Infantry at the center, dragoons on the wings, cavalry in reserve. The attack came fast. Tarleton pushed forward immediately. His dragoons were met by a storm of musket fire and fell back. Without waiting for cohesion, Tarleton ordered a full infantry advance. The sharpshooters melted into the second line, where the militia fired their 2 planned volleys and then retreated as rehearsed. Tarleton, thinking the Americans were breaking, pushed harder. His forces surged forward straight into the teeth of Morgan's regulars. At the peak of the clash, the 71st Highlanders tried to flank the American right. The Virginia militia nearby misunderstood their orders and began to withdraw. The Scots broke ranks too pursuingly for the Virginians to turn suddenly, fire at point-blank range, and break the Highlanders' charge entirely. At that same moment, the Continentals surged forward with bayonets. The British line shattered. Many of Tarleton's men collapsed in exhaustion, surrendering where they fell. When Tarleton called up his reserves, the Legion cavalry, they panicked and fled. In desperation, he led a final charge with 50 dragoons, but they were intercepted by American cavalry in a wild melee. In the confusion, both Tarleton and the American commander wounded each other in a brief duel. Tarleton managed to escape, but the damage was done. Of his 1,150 men, fewer than 200 escaped. The Americans suffered just 150 casualties. Cornwallis, upon hearing the news, broke his sword in fury. Tarleton, once undefeated, had lost not just a battle, but most of the elite troops Cornwallis had come to depend upon. Morgan knew what would follow. He departed Cowpens within hours, linking up with Greene before Cornwallis could strike back. The British general now had no good options. To retreat was shameful. To wait was foolish. His only hope for honor was to chase Greene down and destroy him in open battle. He moved with grim resolve, burning his baggage, including his own tent, to travel faster. On January 31st, he broke through the Ketaba River defenses, only to be delayed at the Yadkin by a shortage of boats. Greene, meanwhile, raced to gather his forces. He met Morgan at Trading Ford on February 3rd. Lee rejoined them near Guilford Courthouse on the 7th, with Cornwallis bearing down. Greene made his own retreat, this time toward the Dan River and safety across the Virginia border. By February 10th, Cornwallis was just 35 miles behind. Greene sent his light troops along a separate, longer route to confuse the British. The ruse worked. While Cornwallis pursued shadows, Greene reached the Dan on February 14th. Tadeusz Kościuszko, Greene's chief engineer, had already seized every available boat on the river. In a dramatic dash, the light troops crossed just 3 hours ahead of Cornwallis. The The race to the Dan was over. Cornwallis had marched for nothing. Defeated in purpose, he limped north to Hillsborough, searching for supplies among a countryside already stripped bare. His army, now 240 miles from its base at Camden, turned to looting farms just to survive. Greene, meanwhile, found refuge in Halifax County. Their food, clothing, and recruits awaited. After a week of rest, he sent Lee back across the Don to remind Loyalists that the revolution had not fled. If the chance arose, he would capture or kill Tarleton himself. Cornwallis placed his final hope in rallying the king's supporters. About 400 Loyalists, led by a physician named Dr. John Pyle, answered the call. But the tide had shifted. The backcountry now whispered a different tune, and the long shadow of defeat was already falling. Lee found them on February 24th while looking for Tarleton. The Loyalists mistook Lee for Tarleton, who was supposed to escort them to Cornwallis, as the men wore similar uniforms. Once inside the militia's camp, Lee attacked, killing 93 and scattering the rest, breaking Loyalist morale and putting an end to them as a military force. Meanwhile, Greene recrossed the Dan on February 22nd, with his army reduced to 2,000 men by disease and desertion. Cornwallis moved south across Alamance Creek, still hoping to receive Loyalist reinforcements before engaging. Greene made camp 15 miles away to pin down Cornwallis. By March 6th, it was clear to Cornwallis that he had to force a battle and march out of camp. Greene, reinforced by North Carolina militia to 4,400 men, retreated to Guilford Courthouse and made ready to fight. The two armies first clashed before dawn as the scouts collided near New Garden Meeting House. Greene used the now-retired Morgan's tactic of deploying his army in 3 lines. The first, behind a split-rail fence, composed of North Carolina militia and Virginia riflemen. The second, the Virginia militia. The third, his Continentals and artillery. Cornwallis arrived on the field around 1:30 p.m. and attacked in 2 assault columns. The battle developed as at Cowpens, with the first 2 American lines firing into the British before retiring behind the third. However, unlike at Cowpens, the British were rested and began pushing through the third line. Then, a Continental countercharge threatened to overwhelm the British line. Realizing the danger, Cornwallis ordered his cannons to fire grapeshot into the melee, killing both Continentals and his own soldiers, but successfully stopping the attack. To avoid another Camden, Greene withdrew. Cornwallis won the battle, but it was utterly Pyrrhic. He'd suffered 526 casualties, rendering his army combat ineffective, and gained nothing but more uninhabited wilderness. His efforts to spin the battle as a great victory were laughed out of Parliament. Adding insult to injury, his men had no tents and suffered through torrential rains for the next several days. Greene had about 300 casualties, but his strategy had always been, as he said, "We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again." Cornwallis retreated to Hillsborough, again raised the royal standard to call for Loyalists, and again none came. Lacking any other choice, he was forced to march for Wilmington, hoping the Royal Navy could resupply and reinforce him. Greene marched on Camden to lure Cornwallis back, but he didn't take the bait, so Greene went on the offensive. By October, he'd retaken the southern interior, with the British only holding Charleston and Savannah. Meanwhile, the Spanish conquest of West Florida continued. Having finally negotiated an alliance with the local tribes, Campbell ordered Waldeck-Hessian Colonel Johann von Hankselden to take 180 soldiers and militia, rendezvous with 420 Choctaw warriors, and retake Mobile. The expedition moved out on January 3, 1781. On January 6, it arrived at the village on the east side of Mobile Bay. Hank Selden planned a dawn attack against the 200-strong Spanish garrison, with his soldiers launching a direct attack towards the fort and the Choctaw sweeping round the sides on his signal. The attack took the Spanish outpost by surprise, killing or capturing most of the 40 soldiers outside the outpost. However, the rest of the Spanish calmly manned the ramparts and returned fire, killing Hank Selden. Without his leadership, the attack came apart and was driven off by a Spanish bayonet charge. The Choctaw didn't engage, as some had broken off to scalp the fallen Spanish, and the rest were waiting for Hank Selden's signal, which would never come. Campbell gave up on offensive operations. Without an extensive naval garrison, he could not repel an invasion. None was forthcoming, so he instead planned to make Pensacola as costly to take as possible. To strengthen Fort George, his 1,300 troops built 2 redoubts to the north and improved the fort's gun positions. A battery was built at the entrance to Pensacola Bay. Additionally, he made deals for both Choctaw and Creek warriors to harass the Spanish once they arrived. Galvez sailed from Havana on February 28 with 1,300 soldiers. Accompanying him was a Spanish naval squadron under Captain Calvo, consisting of the 64-gun San Ramon, 2 frigates, and 2 sloops. The Galveston and 3 other Louisianan ships accompanied the fleet. The fleet arrived off Pensacola on March 9th, seizing undefended Santa Rosa Island to use as a base. During the night, a British brig slipped out of the harbor to alert Jamaica. On March 11th, the Spanish ships were unloaded, and cannons on Santa Rosa forced the remaining British sloops back to their harbor. Calvo attempted to lead the fleet into Pensacola Bay, only to ground San Ramon on a sandbar. After unsticking the vessel, he ordered all ships into deeper water and refused to further engage. After much arguing, Galvez used his authority as Louisiana's governor to commandeer Galveston and the other Louisiana ships, and sailed into the bay on March 18 despite fire from the battery. On the 19th, the rest of the smaller ships followed Galvez's route into the harbor, while Calvo sulked back to Havana. Galvez prepared a fortified camp at Sutton's Lagoon and began scouting Pensacola's defenses. On the 22nd, 900 men arrived after an overland march from Mobile, followed by 1,600 men by sea from New Orleans. However, Galvez was soon stymied by Campbell's native allies, harassing his scouting and foraging parties. Nonetheless, the Spanish gradually advanced their siege trenches toward the British redoubts. Galvez was wounded directing operations on April 12, and it looked like the campaign was losing momentum. During a significant Choctaw raid on the 19th, the Spanish spotted an approaching fleet. Not expecting additional reinforcements, Galvez feared the worst but was shocked when it was a Franco-Spanish fleet. Havana had sent the fleet after learning that a British fleet was sailing into the Gulf of Mexico. However, continued Choctaw raids and garrison sallies prevented the force from beginning the siege proper, until April 30th, when Spanish gun positions finally ranged the British redoubts. Over the next week, a series of trench raids threatened to push the Spanish back. However, on May 8th, a lucky howitzer shell flew through the door of the northernmost redoubt's magazine, detonating it. Once the dust settled, the Spanish helped themselves to the ruins and began bombarding Fort George proper. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Campbell surrendered. West Florida was Spanish again. As a reward for the victory, Galvez was promoted to lieutenant general and placed in command of Spanish land forces in the Caribbean, with an eye toward further operations as soon as possible. Cornwallis reached Wilmington on April 7th to find limited supplies and paltry reinforcements. London had begun to communicate directly with Cornwallis, violating chain-of-command protocols and leaving Clinton uninformed. Thus, Clinton didn't know how desperate Cornwallis actually was and hadn't prepared the needed relief. This left Cornwallis conflicted. His only orders from Clinton were to remain in the Carolinas, but that was impossible without substantial reinforcements. The nearest source was in Virginia, where British Brigadier Benedict Arnold and Major General William Phillips were campaigning. Pressured by Germain to move north and secure Virginia, Cornwallis abandoned the Carolinas and began marching north, back north. The British had been wreaking economic devastation on Virginia while Marquis de Lafayette and Baron von Steuben harassed them. Under orders to first preserve their armies and second, summarily hang Arnold, Phillips and Arnold were camped near Petersburg when Cornwallis sent word that he was moving to link up with them. As he did so, he indiscriminately looted and burned every farm he came across, seeking food and horses for his soldiers and the nearly 12,000 slaves following him. Cornwallis arrived on May 19th, finding Phillips dead of fever and the soldiers grumbling about being led by a traitor. Taking command, Cornwallis sent Arnold back to New York to finally inform Clinton about the situation. While waiting for the response, he decided to execute Phillips' orders from Clinton to fortify either Yorktown or Portsmouth, choosing the latter. On the way, he engaged with Lafayette, winning some minor engagements. Meanwhile, on May 6th, Washington received good news. The French army under Comte de Rochambeau, which had been defending the French fleet holding in Newport for the past year, was being released to him, and the Caribbean fleet, now under Comte de Grasse, might be able to come north to help him in late summer. He'd finally have the numbers for decisive action. Meanwhile, Clinton was furious at Cornwallis, knowing the southern colonies were now lost again. However, it was too late to turn him back, and Clinton had bigger problems. The French arrived in Washington's camp on July 7th, and it looked like they were planning to storm New York. As summer ripened in the year 1781, a choice hung heavily over George Washington. The general longed to strike New York long, the British stronghold, the symbol of imperial might, but his officers, and his French ally, Rochambeau, all urged caution. Their eyes turned instead toward Virginia, where Cornwallis had dug in a more vulnerable mark. Washington hesitated, resolute in his instinct, until the tides of fate and message shifted with the wind. On August 14th, word arrived from the French fleet. Admiral de Grasse, operating in the Caribbean, would have liberty to sail north, perhaps even to Chesapeake Bay, so long as it did not endanger French holdings. It was a gamble, one he would not make lightly, but the Spanish, seeking aid for their November campaigns, agreed to safeguard the French islands. And so, with Caribbean affairs momentarily settled, de Grasse weighed anchor on August 15th, bound north. With that, Washington finally relented. New York would remain unbroken. He would turn south. On August 19th, he and Rochambeau began their long march toward Virginia, leading their finest troops into destiny. Lafayette, already in the south, was tasked with holding Cornwallis in place at Yorktown. But Washington had one last card to play, a game of shadows and illusion. He left behind strong garrisons and launched a threefold deception to mislead General Clinton. First, the Culper Ring whispered real ambitions of striking New York, then layered those truths with falsehoods carefully sewn into the web. Next, soldiers paraded openly along New Jersey's shores, hauling boats and pitching camps to feign preparations for an amphibious assault on Staten Island. And finally, the true destination of the march remained veiled. The misdirection worked. Clinton dismissed the growing whispers of Washington's absence. Only on September 2nd, long after the columns had slipped away, did he finally accept that the American commander had vanished. Meanwhile, Admiral de Grasse arrived at the mouth of the Chesapeake on August 30th. He was not alone in his voyage. The French fleet from Newport, carrying precious siege equipment, had departed 5 days earlier, on August 25th, and was en route as well. But the British had not been idle. Rear Admiral Thomas Graves, newly commanding after Arbuthnot's departure, sailed with 5 ships from New York and another 14 from the Caribbean in a bid to stop de Grasse. On September 5th, the fleets met not by design, but surprise. De Grasse, arranging his 24 capital ships for battle, scrambled into position as Graves, wary of shoals and the weakened state of his vessels, chose to block the bay's mouth rather than charge. At 2 in the afternoon, as the French slowly moved east, Graves gave the signal. Battle was joined. The vanguards clashed at 4 p.m., followed by the central lines an hour later. Ships groaned, masts splintered, and sails burned as the fleets drifted eastward under the smoky sky. When night fell, they broke apart, both battered and weary. The British, burdened by older, more fragile ships, had suffered more. Yet no fleet had won a clear victory. The deadlock lingered until September 9th, when the Newport fleet slipped safely into the Chesapeake. Their mission complete, de Grasse returned to the bay, securing naval dominance. Graves, his ships in need of repair, turned back to New York. On September 17th, Washington reached Yorktown. He had paused briefly at Mount Vernon, his home, silent and familiar, untouched since the war's earliest days. By September 26th, the Allied army stood assembled, 9,000 American regulars and militiamen, shoulder to shoulder with 11,000 French soldiers. The siege was ordered. Earthworks were dug. Artillery rolled forward. Cornwallis, surrounded and outnumbered, pleaded for rescue. He sent word after word to Clinton, praying for relief. Clinton, from his fortress in New York, promised 5,000 reinforcements, then later, a full relief force. But his war council was grim. The sea must be secure before any aid could reach Virginia. A land march would be ruinous. Only when the fleet was mended could hope sail south. But time slipped away. The repairs dragged. Graves could not depart until October 19th. By then, the guns of the Allies had already silenced the redoubts. Cornwallis, desperate, tried to escape across the York River to Gloucester Point, but the river turned against him. A sudden storm scattered his boats and sealed his fate. On October 17th, Cornwallis surrendered. He asked to be granted the honors of war, the same ceremony of dignity and respect that had accompanied many formal surrenders. But he was reminded, pointedly, that the same courtesy had been denied to General Benjamin Lincoln in Charleston. Cornwallis would receive no better. Crushed by the insult, he feigned illness and refused to appear. Instead, he sent Brigadier General Charles O'Hara to deliver his sword. O'Hara first offered it to Rochambeau, who declined. then to Washington, who turned it away. At last, the blade passed into the hands of General Lincoln, now returned from captivity, closing a poetic loop of humiliation and redemption. Legend holds that as the British troops laid down their arms, their band played, the world turned upside down. It may be apocryphal, but the sentiment rang true. And yet, Yorktown did not end the war. It ended the fighting in the East, and it broke the momentum of empire, but the revolution would linger for 2 more years, simmering in uncertainty. On October 24th, Graves arrived with his relief fleet 5 days too late. Cornwallis was already gone. After rescuing stranded loyalists, Graves found himself again facing de Grasse's superior fleet. Outmatched, and with no reason to fight, he withdrew. Cornwallis' 8,000 troops were marched inland, scattered across prison towns and camps. The sailors and engineers were given to the French, but not all were so fortunate. Among the British were some 12,000 formerly enslaved people who had fled to freedom under British protection. Now they were captured, imprisoned, and tragically returned to their American enslavers, alongside other looted property. De Grasse soon departed for the Caribbean. Washington's army, their campaign complete, turned north. Rochambeau's French forces remained in Virginia for the winter, waiting for spring redeployment. In New York, Clinton received the news in despair. The war, never his to win and never truly his to lead, was over in all but name. In the South, Nathanael Greene's campaign had squeezed the British into a narrow chain of coastal outposts. Wilmington, isolated and starving, was abandoned. Only Charleston remained, a solitary fortress in a receding tide. Clinton gave no further orders to advance. His army was to sit tethered to supply lines and harbors. The age of campaigns had ended. Washington encamped at Newburgh in late November, the Continental Army's final wintering ground. For 2 long years, they would wait, watching the British across the Hudson. There would be no more great battles, only skirmishes, patrols, and the fading echo of war. The revolution in the East had gone quiet, but on the frontiers it raged on. The recapture of Vincennes had convinced British High Command that fighting in Illinois was folly, but Detroit held firm, and a grand, if desperate, plan took shape. British forces would strike West and South Seas New Orleans, reclaim Natchez, and sweep down the Mississippi. From Detroit, others would rally tribal allies to conquer St. Louis and Cahokia. Captain Henry Byrd, with 150 British troops and 1,000 mostly Shawnee warriors, would expel the Americans from Kentucky. Isolated and surrounded, the settlements at Vincennes would be forced to yield. It failed. Spain captured most of West Florida in 1779. The attacks on St. Louis and Cahokia faltered before their walls. Byrd's campaign burned through western Kentucky, killing settlers and capturing hundreds, but it never reached the heartland at Lexington. Short on supplies, the force withdrew. Many homesteaders fled to more secure towns, but Kentucky held. In August, vengeance came swiftly. George Rogers Clark, now a brigadier in the Virginia militia, gathered 1,000 men for retribution. They would march north through Shawnee territory, razing every village to ashes, all the way to Piqua. Clark harbored a deeper aim to gather enough resources to establish a base deep in enemy lands for a final campaign, one that might one day strike Detroit itself. As they advanced, the Shawnee abandoned their villages. Clark burned them all. But at Piqua, the fight came. the great town home to 3,000 Shawnee and 800 acres of crop stood firm. It was their military center, their last defense. Clark split his army in three. One detachment swept the Mad River. Another cleared the woods. The center, led by Clark himself, struck the town. The attack caught the Shawnee off guard. Many were still tending their crops as the Americans approached. The cavalry seized the riverbank but could not scale the cliffs. The battle raged. From their blockhouse and earthen breastworks, the Shawnee fought with fire and defiance. At last, Clark brought up his artillery. The cannon roared and the blockhouse fell. The defenses at Piqua cracked like drying clay under fire, and the Shawnee, bloodied and outnumbered, scattered into the forested shadows. Clark tallied his own losses at 27 souls, but whispers from the battlefield suggest the toll ran far higher, perhaps closer to 80. As for the Shawnee, they carried their fallen with them, leaving behind only 6 bodies and 2 wounded warriors. The earth bore silent witness to their retreat. When Clark and his men searched what remained, they found nothing of value, only rotten stores and green unripe corn. So they lit the village alight. Flames curled through the timbers of Piqua's homes and fields, searing the memory of the place into smoke. It had been the largest battle yet fought west of the Appalachians, and its weight pressed hard upon the Shawnee. They were shaken, and their losses too grave to mount another raid alone. But the Shawnee were not the only voice in the forest. Other nations, Lenape, Wyandot, Miami, Mingo, watched and waited, each harboring their own grievances, their own sense of what had been taken. In 1780, British coin and council stirred these tribes into action. The borderlands burst into renewed fury. By 1781, the violence moved like a fever across the Ohio Valley and western Pennsylvania. Settlements flickered and died in the night, set alight by war parties or abandoned in haste. Back and forth the fighting went, a brutal, unforgiving rhythm. Caught in the crossfire were the pacifist Moravian Lenape, a Christian community who had chosen a quieter path. But trust is a scarce commodity in war. The Wyandot and unconverted Lenape, fearing betrayal, forced the Moravians to abandon their homes that September. They were marched to the Sandusky River, accused not of deeds but of sympathies. Then came the horror of Donhutton. On March 8, 1782, a militia company from Pennsylvania, angry and grieving after raids they could not stop, found the relocated Moravian Lenape. Despite their prayers and peaceful pleas, the soldiers accused them of treachery. 96 souls were murdered, many by hammer blows to the skull while they knelt and wept in prayer. Congress condemned the atrocity, but the deed had been done. A river of blood cannot be unshed, and the massacre deepened the wounds of the frontier. That year, 1782, would be remembered in Kentucky as the Year of Blood. Allied tribal raids swept across the region, obliterating small settlements like leaves in a storm. Attempts at reprisal fared no better, often ending in ambush and slaughter. The settlers, it seemed, were besieged by shadows. But in September, a signal change came. British command in Detroit was ordered to cease offensive operations. The winds of peace, faint but undeniable, had begun to stir. Without British supplies or leadership, the tribal confederacy could not sustain its campaign. That November, Clark once more crossed into Ohio and set fire to several Shawnee villages. The resistance flickered, then quieted. The war in the West was not truly over, but it had, for the moment, run out of breath. The embers would smolder still, and 4 years later they would ignite again. Far to the south, the tides of war were shifting too. In November 1781, Admiral de Grasse returned to the Caribbean, his fleet weary from victory at Yorktown. The French had sailed north only because Spain had kept watch over their colonies in the Admiral's absence. That arrangement came at a price. De Grasse would now support Spain's 1782 campaigns. The fortress island of Jamaica, Britain's Caribbean jewel, would be their next prize. But Jamaica was too mighty to storm directly. Its sugar plantations made it Britain's most valuable colonial holding, more lucrative than all 13 American colonies before the war. A full invasion would demand careful preparation. First, smaller outposts, St. Augustine, the Windward Islands, the Bahamas would be taken to isolate it. And yet, even as de Grasse returned to chart this course, Madrid had grown restless. Spain's true heart lay elsewhere in Gibraltar. The ancient rock at the mouth of the Mediterranean had been under British control for decades. Its recapture was Spain's principal war aim, and it had proven agonizingly elusive. A secret clause in the Treaty of Aranjuez bound France to this goal. No peace until Gibraltar was taken. But as 1782 dawned, the siege was entering its third year. Progress was illusory, and the Spanish feared their cause might fail unless they offered Britain a tempting trade. Only Jamaica, rich beyond measure, could rival Gibraltar's strategic value. Thus, Madrid ordered to act without delay. Take Jamaica at any cost. At the same time, the French crown, now groaning beneath the financial weight of war, commanded de Grasse to bring the conflict to an end swiftly. But that would not be until April. In the meantime, de Grasse turned his attention to the Windward Islands. January brought early victories. Smaller islands fell with ease, but St. Kitts refused to bend. The British garrison there, a mixture of regulars and militia, totaling some 3,000 men, had fortified themselves atop Brimstone Hill. On January 11th, de Grasse arrived with 7,000 French troops. They began digging siege lines in earnest. News reached Hood swiftly, and he sailed with 22 capital ships on the 22nd. By the 24th, he had reached Nevis, where he intercepted a French supply cutter and learned de Grasse had 29 capital ships anchored at Boston. The odds were daunting, but Hood was nothing if not bold. At dawn on January 25th, he executed a feint. His ships surged toward the French line, which stretched loosely from the anchorage to the open bay. The French, startled, moved to intercept, sailing out into open waters and abandoning the more defensible coastal bearing. Hood didn't engage. Instead, he sailed calmly into Frigate Bay and anchored in an L-shaped formation, forcing any attack to come on his terms. His line was tight, his gunners ready. At 7 o'clock on January 26th, de Grasse attacked. His fleet passed Hood's anchored line in a long, sweeping arc, firing as they went, hoping to inflict enough punishment to force a withdrawal. But Hood's ships returned fire with focused fury, especially on the lead French vessels. The exchange continued for nearly 12 hours, a thunderous ballet of broadsides. 3 times the French advanced and fell back. Each time they gave as good as they got. By nightfall, de Grasse retreated to the far side of the island. Tactically, Hood had won. Strategically, he had gained little. The siege continued. Hood lacked the men for a land assault, and the garrison at Brimstone Hill was crumbling from disease. Still, he hoped to rally them. On January 28th, the British launched a daring attack on Basse-Terre, the coastal town. At first, they succeeded, but French reinforcements soon counterattacked and drove them back. The garrison, now under 1,500 strong, could not rise to help. The relief had failed. On February 12th, the defenders surrendered, who'd departed on the 14th to rejoin Admiral George Rodney, newly returned from leave. De Grasse sailed to Martinique for repairs and waited for reinforcements. Meanwhile, the Spanish fleet at Havana prepared for the Bahamas campaign. By April 3rd, De Grasse had his ship's 35 capital vessels repaired and ready. On April 8th, he set sail. Rodney, just to the south at St. Lucia, commanded 36 and moved to intercept. Rodney needed victory. His political and financial situation in Britain was dire. Only a resounding triumph could redeem him. The British ships, outfitted with newly installed copper plating, cut cleanly through the sea. On April 9th, they caught the French rearguard. De Grasse detached the troop convoy with an escort and turned to face his pursuers. The fleets clashed at 10 o'clock. The breeze stiffened around midday, allowing more ships to join the fray. By 2 in the afternoon, De Grasse found himself poorly positioned. His center and rearguard were vulnerable. He ordered a retreat to the Sense. For 2 days, the fleets circled, tempting one another, each wary of springing the trap the other might set. Then, on April 12th, as the French tried to slip north through the Sense's passage, the moment came. Some damaged ships lagged behind. Rodney saw his chance. De Grasse turned back to shield them. Battle was joined at 8 in the morning. As the two lines passed, they hurled broadsides. Then, at 9, the wind shifted, forcing the French to adjust course and stretch their formation thin. Rodney acted. At 9:20, he ordered his ships to break the line to cut directly into the disordered French fleet. It was a daring maneuver, seldom attempted in full combat. It worked. The French line shattered. De Grasse's flagship found itself isolated and surrounded. One by one, the French ships turned and fled west. 5 were captured. Many others were badly damaged. De Grasse himself was taken prisoner. Rodney did not pursue. His ships, too, had suffered. But the battle had decided the fate of the Caribbean. Jamaica was safe. The surviving French ships limped to Saint-Domingue and joined in May, but without De Grasse, cancelled the invasion. He judged the fleet too weak to face Rodney again, and his army was wilting from disease. The Bahamas fell to the Spanish on May 6th, a solitary jewel snatched from the British crown. But further offensives were abandoned. The Caribbean had shifted from fire to embers. The time for defense had come. As the cold mists of late autumn settled upon London in 1781, the winds carried grim tidings across the Atlantic. When word of Yorktown finally reached the British capital on November 25th, it struck like a thunderclap. Prime Minister Frederick North, faced with the full magnitude of the disaster, is said to have gasped, "Oh God, it's all over." But though his heart sank, North would not yield so easily. Aware that the opposition Whigs were sharpening their blades for his political downfall, he made a final gambit. During delicate budget negotiations, he promised that British troop levels in North America would remain undiminished. Yet, he dared not authorize new offensives, except those that clung tightly to fortified supply bases. In doing so, he inadvertently echoed the cautious doctrine General Clinton had long espoused. This compromise bought him time. The budget passed, but his enemies, sensing blood in the water, closed in. December 12th brought more ill fortune. The Royal Navy failed to intercept a sizable French transport fleet in the churning waters of the Bay of Biscay. For the hawkish Whigs, this was a gift. The mishap stoked their anger and armed them with cause. They demanded a formal inquiry into the Admiralty, aiming to unseat North's steadfast ally, Lord Sandwich, from his post as First Lord after the holiday recess. Cornered, North made a desperate offering. He sacrificed another of his close allies, George Germain, Secretary of State for the Colonies. In exchange for a peerage, Germain accepted the blame for the war's failings and resigned in February. But the damage had long been done. News of further British losses in the Caribbean trickled in by January. Sensing their moment, the Whigs pounced. They demanded the replacement of General Clinton with Guy Carleton, a man more agreeable to their vision. Carleton, a former governor of Quebec and a Whig MP since 1777, was now called to lead. Then, on February 27th, Parliament passed a resolution no more war in America. The tide was irreversible when Minorca fell soon after. The final foundations of North's government began to tremble. 2 votes of no confidence barely failed to dislodge him, but the Prime Minister saw the writing on the wall. Rather than endure a third, he offered his resignation to King George III. The king, ever loyal to his ministers, hesitated, but in the end, even George relented. On March 20th, North stepped down. What followed was a brief and intricate ballet of political maneuvering. Whig leader Lord Shelburne, in an artful piece of gamesmanship, declined to form a government. Instead, he was named Secretary of State. The premiership went to Lord Rockingham. The chessboard had changed. In far-off Paris, Benjamin Franklin greeted the news with quiet satisfaction. He had long vowed that America would never negotiate with Lord North, a position born of both principle and shrewd calculation. Franklin understood well that the Whigs were far more inclined toward peace and would likely offer generous terms to end the war. With North gone, Franklin laid out America's demands. First and foremost, recognition of independence, not as a point to be discussed, but as a precondition for all else. Then came a bolder assertion. Franklin insisted that the new American nation should encompass not just the 13 colonies, but all of British North America, including the lands we now call Canada. But there was a complication. France, the Americans. For over a year, the British had quietly floated peace overtures to Henry Lawrence, an American envoy they had captured. In time, Lawrence was released and met with Franklin. The British position was clear. Independence could be considered, but only through negotiation. On April 23rd, Shelburne, still keeping Franklin's proposal hidden from Parliament, formally offered American independence, but without yielding any land. Shelburne then turned to France. He offered the French their stated war, aim American independence, exchange for the return of prized Caribbean islands. The proposal, though cunning, infuriated the French foreign minister, Comte de Vergennes. He replied coldly that victorious nations were entitled to demand more than they initially sought. Had not Britain done the same in 1763? Moreover, he insisted, French demands were their own, separate from the Americans. The Americans, he said, would negotiate their independence on their own terms. It may have been intended as a rebuke, but Franklin and Shelburne both recognized something deeper. Vergennes had quietly stepped away from the joint negotiation clause of the Franco-American alliance. The Americans and British were now free to talk independently. Yet, as doors opened, others slammed shut. On April 19th, the Dutch Republic formally accepted John Adams as America's ambassador. Even France had not gone that far. This recognition, subtle as it seemed, acknowledged American independence. Then came more waves. On May 18th, news of Britain's stunning naval victory at the Battle of the Sense arrived. The French position weakened, the British emboldened. But then came a scandal. British diplomats arriving in Paris were confronted with Shelburne's silence about Franklin's proposal. The duplicity sparked outrage in Parliament. Then, in July, Lord Rockingham died. Shelburne ascended to Prime Minister, but the Whigs fractured, and his new cabinet fumbled to gain its footing. Negotiations fell further behind.